Okay, welcome to Fandango Friday. I'm here with Nina Yordi from Rhode Island, the Ocean State. But then again, there are other New England states and states on the East Coast that are also on the ocean. So what makes Rhode Island the ocean state if there are other states bordering the Atlantic?
Because I think we're like more of an inward shape. We're like a horseshoe where the whole center of the, shoe and circumference is the ocean. And what we're lacking in physical land, we make up for in ocean territories.
1, 2. You got it's boxy sort of, and you got two sides of Rhode Island that is on the water.
We got that island thing too, the Aquidneck Island with Newport.
That's why I saw this. You got the Narragansett Bay, right? And I saw this in Newport. There was a restaurant on a pier called Aquidneck Lobster Company. Something.
Okay.
I wanted to eat there, but the people I was with saying, "Nah, we don't want to go on Aquidneck." I go, yeah, but it looks like a nice, like an authentic local place. And this is the problem when you go places with others. You have to compromise. It's like if you go on vacation and you happen to have a relative that lives, let's say it could be South Florida, it could be Southern California. You stay with them, you save money on hotel resort, but then you have to compromise with them.
You got to share. You got to do what they want to do. It's like what's happening, what's new.
If you're in their house, they're like the Senate, and you're like a congressperson. Like, in other words, you can't just like run off and go eat wherever you want. You got to eat with the relatives.
You can go off and eat whenever you want, but you got to plot your escape. You got to plan your move. You got to
right, and you got to make sure you get back before they lock the doors.
It's a long game, and toward the end of your stay, they're going to let you go out, for the late night without a problem. You're not gonna, but you don't want to be too hungover for your journey home. You don't want to venture too far out of your comfort zone, and it can go both ways. You also don't want to party too hardy before your vacation. You may be on vacation, but you want to get to your destination. So it's all about, it's the long game.
That's how spending a week in Cancun felt, because I needed a vacation to recover from the vacation.
I can see that.
Yeah, because they must think I was at the Moon Palace and El Presidente? Yeah, the Moon Palace was nice. They were all-inclusive resorts. So they must think that Americans are alcoholics. I mean, if they've seen the beer and booze review shows, the hangouts, they would be convinced that Americans are alcoholics. But I'm sitting there trying to relax in the quiet side of the resort by the pool, because the other side is constant entertainment. Hey, senor, you're on vacation. Let's go.
Mariachi.
Yeah, you're right. They're like constantly, it's like nonstop blabbering and shouting and music and playing these little game show things. And unfortunately, the racket is where the buffet is by the bar.
I can see that.
That was my favorite buffet out of all the restaurants there, because they had tons of barbecue spare ribs. They had mountains of guacamole, real chunky avocados.
All right, I like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, my glass. Let's say I started out drinking tequila sunrises, right?
Mm-hmm.
My glass was only half empty, and they're bringing me another one. Hey, senor, you need another one. You need another one. You need another one. I didn't even like come close to finishing the glass at all, and they kept on pumping me with so many of them. And but it's like my aunt, when she was younger, they had a place in Marathon Key, Florida, right on the water. And she says, "Hey, hon, how about another Mai Tai?" I go, "Aunt Helen, I'm sorry. I know you can drink me under the table, but I only have like, she put Bacardi 151 in it. I had to have half a
double
glass.
Strong rum.
You need another Mai Tai." Yeah, but it's only like about 12 noon. You're bringing lunch out, and you're giving me Mai Tais with 151. But they're they belong to this yacht club, and everybody there reminded me of Thurston Howell and Lovey of Gilligan's Island. They had money. My aunt and uncle, they had a lot of money. And when they retired, they belonged to the yacht club.
All right.
She says, "Hey, I know a great place we can have lunch. It's a buffet." I go, "Oh, I love buffets." So we went, and everybody was. They all had the navy blue sports jackets with the ascot ties or whatever. They looked like Thurston Howell, but they were all hoity-toity people. And I could get along with many individuals from different walks of life, but the mega rich that talk about the same subjects, that is really, there's no depth to it. It's just very like superficial and boring and self-centered kind of conversation. I can't talk. I listen to that. So I just stood with the family, my aunt and uncle. But it was pretty good food, it was but yeah, so that's it. I mean, you can make arrangements and say, "Look, we want to go here and there and do a little sightseeing, and we'll be back later." And she says, "Sure, hon, you can do it," because we were going to Key West. She didn't want to go to Key West because they're like born again Christians. "Oh, it's an abomination to the Lord."
Really? That's a tough break right there.
To the Lord, because it's very gay. Key West, Florida.
Yeah.
Right. Like Provincetown, Cape Cod is.
Yep. Hey, why not? Even like the nightclubs outside that kind of stuff. A lot of times you have the like the street preaching person telling you how awful you are for going spending your Friday, Saturday night at a nightclub, like it's so unheard of.
The fire and brimstone people. Well, my friend who's a performing artist, he's a minister, and he gives sermons and everything, but he goes to nightclubs, and he dances in all the nightclubs because that's where a lot of lost souls are. They're in the bars, they're in the nightclubs. So the congregation, the Bible study group says, "Oh, you go to nightclubs, you go to dance clubs, you shouldn't be in there. You shouldn't be in there." He says, "Well, where should I be to help anybody? Should I be staring at the four walls, having coffee and cake with all of them. You know, I mean, all they do is they babble, they read some pages of the Bible, and then they suck down donuts and a lot of coffee. He says, "Oh, I'm not helping anybody here." You know, so you got every church has that. They're judgmental.
Yep.
You know, they're very sanctimonious. Even the Catholic Church over here, there's some people rub me the wrong way. You know, because they volunteer their opinion without them being asked for it. You
know what I have been appreciating. I haven't been hanging out in too many like restaurants or anything lately, but a lot of Mexican restaurants. A lot of Mexican people are Catholic, and you know they're Catholic. I don't know if it's their first. You know, well, yeah,
but they're cool. They're cool. They're not snooty.
They have, instead of interjecting everything, like, you know, interjecting an opinion, they'll interject a nice religious statue here and there. I love when you go into a taqueria, and you're sitting there, you're standing there waiting in line for your tacos or whatever, and you turn around and you see a beautiful statue of the Virgin Mary, or, you know, the apostles, or any of that kind of stuff, just hanging out, you know, around this Mexican restaurant.
All the statues in Latin America are brown-skinned women.
Okay.
You know, but then again, the ones made in Italy are all, you know, very light.
Well, it depends on where you are in Italy. There's some diversity.
Yeah. But you're right. And like in Venezuela, when I was there, a lot of Virgin Mary statues.
I appreciate a nice statue like that. And I guess they're for good luck. What's so bad about that?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, my mother, we're Catholic. My mother had her little shrine, and you know, with Mexico, they have Our Lady of Guadalupe.
Yeah. What is up with the Our Lady of Guadalupe?
Well, Guadalupe is, the story is very similar to Lourdes, France, and other areas where the Virgin Mary supposedly appeared to some innocent young children, or a woman that was chosen to receive messages.
Okay.
And she appeared sometimes with a couple angelic figures and gave prophecy, and but there's no evidence that they really appeared. It's only testimonial evidence by what people tell you. I mean, it's like the Mormons with that guy. What's his name? John Smith. I
don't know much about
the angel Moroni, but I call him Boney Moroni. The angel Moroni appeared to him. And
I was thinking, even like what's her name, Joan of Arc, who appeared to her. She spoke to God. I was thinking maybe she would be a good client for Mary or this Lady Guadalupe to meet.
Well, I mean, Oral Roberts used to go in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Used to go into the prayer tower supposedly and pray for everyone who sends him a donation and little request. He used to go up in the prayer tower. We don't know if he went up in the prayer tower. And
they have a phone number. You could call him and ask for your prayer or what have you. Right. I always liked that.
and you know, do they have a bat phone to God, these evangelicals and these evangelists? I mean, they all claim to. It seems like they all have a bat phone to God.
I think Andy Warhol claimed to have one of those at one point in time.
Hello. Oh, this is
he was a banana, maybe.
My Fiesta mug from the Dollar Tree that has lasted me for many years.
You got to have your mug.
Because I can't. Oh, I got a lot of fancy mugs from the Dollar Tree, and they got nice plates to match this too. You know, that Cinco de Mayo colors.
Okay.
Yeah. But
I like the Fiesta Wear. Out in Ohio, they make those plates. They're you know, like nice, simple, plain colors, oranges and stuff. And I actually there's a lot of van culture, vans, people not like living in a van down by the river, but somewhat, like a custom van on the inside.
Right.
And in Ohio, there's big culture of that, and they make those plates there. And there's a lady who makes countertops, custom countertops in your van out of, she'll put down like a cement or a plaster or whatever it is layer. And then she works at that Fiesta Ware plate factory, and she actually takes the defect plates and breaks them and uses them in a mosaic tile pattern on that, ceramic or whatever the grout is to make a nice countertop in those vans. They're really beautiful.
She's an artisan.
Yeah, for sure. And she's using the materials that she has, those plates, the imperfect ones from her outlet, at work.
You know what I enjoyed watching? The glass blowers.
Okay. I
went to usually a lot of Italians from northern Italy.
Murano, the island of Murano. That was where all the glassmakers lived. I'm not sure if they lived there by choice, but rather if you had the skill to make glass, Italy knew you had this art, and they made you live there. And
it's amazing how they sculpt the animals out of different colored glass, even like a clown. It was just absolutely amazing. I went to the Sandwich Glass Museum.
I've been there also. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's on the other side across from Cape of Hyannis, Port Hyannis.
Those bridges are really neat too. Those silver bridges. What are they called? The Bourne Bridge and all that. It's all right underneath there.
The Bourne Bridge over the Bourne Rivers, I think, is where the Cape separates from the mainland Massachusetts. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was Hyannis is where the ferry boat went to Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. But that's when I had the whole belly fried clams, where, like with the scallop, there's a whole creature.
I love that, the whole belly, and there's like their stomach is literally the belly, and that's what they digest with. But there's it fries, and it's all full of I don't know, energy.
Yeah. And I even have fried steamers.
I love steamers; they're my favorite.
Steamers, but you gotta peel the foreskin off. That
the little cigarette butt, you gotta pull that off.
You gotta pull off that black, I call it foreskin. Gotta pull it off. And
I've never had them fried. You steam those, you boil them.
Yeah. Now, if you steam the steamers, you got to. They put celery in the water. For some reason, celery tends to be good with seafood, and they put dill. Fresh dill.
Sure, why not?
And then you peel, off the snoot, and then you dip it. You dip it in the broth.
And then butter if you like butter. Butter.
You could have butter and the broth, and you can go butter broth or broth butter, and then eat it. Of course, but this was the deep fried steamers. Now with shellfish. This Italian chef, explained to me, 1 minute in very hot, clean oil, that's it, in, out. Calamari, oysters, clams, scallops, anything you're deep frying that is in the shellfish family, not regular swimming fish, but shellfish. 1 minute. Otherwise, it's dry.
You have to eat one while you're doing it to make sure that they're all, cooked properly and still have a lot of moisture to them, or you don't want to dry them all out. They fry really, really fast. You're right. You could do like a dry kind of batter. You want like a real light, quick fry. The batters, you could eat a clam raw is the thing. So you don't want to.
I'll even eat chowder clams, which are quahog. I mean,
they slice those often.
I like it. It has a strong taste, but it doesn't bother me.
I love all seafood. I have become somewhat sensitive to a lot of seafood from working in the restaurants. And how they say somebody has allergies to pine trees or something.
Yeah.
They have isolated the pollen of a pine tree, and you can get a shot, like an allergy shot. I think they give it to you like once a week for a long time, and then eventually, you build a tolerance and you get a stronger shot, once a month after that. And eventually, you're at like a once a month or, bi-monthly kind of schedule. Anyway, you're less allergic at that point in time. Now, they haven't invented anything like that for fish or soy or a lot of these food allergies. It helps.
Yeah.
It can help with like animals, like environmental allergies, but not food allergy.
Pine pollen is a very popular natural health
pine pollen
in China. Pine tree
Interesting.
pollen, yeah, it's good for men. Women take it. It has a hormonal balancing effect. It's high.
Taking it as a supplement or just being in the presence of pine for a period of time?
Consume. They have it. They harvest it. Doesn't require bees. They harvest it with humans and then they I guess they clean it in a certain way or sterilize it, whatever, and then it looks like bee pollen, except the bees are not involved, and it just came over to the United States. It has special positive hormonal effects.
I would think it would have like a white blood cell kind of effect, if you were having an allergic reaction to it, because pine trees and pollen, all of that, being an allergen. I know pine trees are very, serious allergen for a lot of people. People can't live in certain areas. And I was wondering the other day, I was driving down 395 from Massachusetts into Connecticut, and it's just totally lined with pine trees, and I could smell pine. It was like driving in like driving in a pine scented deodorant advertisement. It was,
like a bunch of Douglas firs.
Yeah,
Firs are very aromatic.
Couldn't get over it. I didn't know if they were working on them or something, like doing tree grooming.
I don't know. I know fir trees are very pointy. They have a nice shape for people who like live Christmas trees. They're very spiky.
Okay.
And very aromatic compared to other evergreens. They have that aroma, like you said, like the air freshener for the car.
Mm-hmm.
But
it was unique.
Huh?
It was a unique experience. Just being able to see these trees, and then all of a sudden, just overcome by the fragrance of them. It doesn't happen too often.
You get a histamine reaction from pine in general.
I'm wondering, because I take one of those allergy pills in the morning nowadays.
Like Loratadine 24-hour.
I guess you might be right. Like whatever the Claritin was before it went generic.
Claritin is Loratadine. Yeah.
And I just recently, this is the first year that I've taken it in a really long time. And I think it was because I was moving or something, and a lot of environmental, like a dust allergy. And I figured, all right, this is working for me.
Dust gets to me.
Mm-hmm.
Dust gets to me. And also mold spores. Like if it rains, well, it's raining hard right now, but if it rains like all week and they say the mold spore count is high, I'll get affected. Usually chronic rhinitis, congestion.
I can relate to that.
Post-nasal drip.
And it sneaks up on you too. Like sometimes you're fine. A good shower, a good hot steamy shower kind of clears your sinuses and everything, or like Chinese mustard and everything.
This helps me too. The saline spray.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. It's like a saltwater solution.
I want to get one of those neti pots, because I want to try using the Himalayan pink salt or the Mediterranean sea salt for instead of this. This is just plain old sodium chloride.
Yep.
And it'll be a lot cheaper for me to make my own, with the Himalayan pink salt. So I'm going to see if I can get that thing with the spout. Yeah.
They had that device. It was like a late night infomercial. It blew in one nostril and sucked out of the other one.
Disgusting, man. I saw that.
So it does.
The boogers or the sputum, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Whatever it does.
They're all disgusting words anyway. But anyway, it sucks it out, and then it. Could you
At a reservoir.
I would think that anybody who buys that, it's going to be theirs for life.
I would think, yeah, there's no pre-owned option, Amazon bins kind of return.
I don't think a love relationship would be that perfect enough for a couple to share this.
No.
Snot machine.
Even like chapstick and stuff. That's it's kind of like pushing the boundaries too.
You know what I don't use the chapstick. I like Bliss sticks. It comes in a little dark blue, like.
Oh, I like those too. Yep.
And it's got the the menthol, eucalyptus, but it's nice. It feels very nice, like that cool, tingly.
I actually enjoy, and I haven't been using it for that. I would say this year, if you get like cracks on your hands, and you can stand this stuff, the Aquaphor, it's like an water oil kind of aqua-based oil kind of grease. And, if you had like a crack in your finger, you could rub it in that and go to bed and wake up the next morning and, your body will have worked a little faster from being, hydrated, and sometimes it'll heal up, or crack in your lips. That's great. But you have to keep applying that stuff, and, it gets everywhere. Your jacket will have a big like Nike swoosh on the shoulder from, having that applied to your face. And,
don't rub your eyes, and don't sit on a toilet and accidentally touch certain things with that.
However, you watch these mixed martial arts fights and stuff, and they rub their whole face with that. You see, all the fighters with basically their foreheads smeared in aqua. What else would that be? That would be like Vaseline or Aquaphor or whatever that they cover themselves with, so the punches will roll off.
So it's petroleum. It's petroleum based with other ingredients.
I wouldn't let anyone wear that in my ring. I don't know about you.
I guess it prevents getting cut in a boxing ring.
Sure, your delicate face or whatever. Or I don't know if it would help. You wear headgear usually in a lot of professional fights.
Yeah. So what beer? You had Ballantine?
I've got Ballantine tonight. It's really hitting the spot. It's a good beer. I went shopping for my. I guess I'll hold up the label. It's got the puzzle on the cap too. So we've got the Ballantine
Ale.
Ballantine Ale. Used to be in a green bottle. It's in a brown bottle now. It's got the puzzle on the cap. It's a nice cap. I wonder if you're going to be able to see this, but it has
some kind of design.
It gives you
inside.
Yeah, so it's not going to be able to focus on that, but it looks kind of like it's a cabin-looking thing, and then and it looks like a bag. So it's cabin the bag. So it's half in the bag. I was puzzled by this one, and I guess that's kind of the thinking man's aspect of the Ballantine, if you will. So it's a nice brew. It has a great flavor.
It's the first ale I ever had.
You like it?
It's the first I ever had. Very first ale I ever had was Ballantine Ale. I thought I like it. I still like Genesee Cream Ale better, but $4.50 for 6 bottles is not bad. Genesee Cream Ale. But
I came across it tonight. It was a lot less than that, I believe. There was $3 some odd cents for the Genesee Lager, which I ended up picking up a 6-pack of. I enjoy that beer. And I was in Rhode Island too, no tax on cans.
I saw one time there was a beer from China that tasted a lot like Qingdao. It was called Dynasty, and it was just like a few bucks for 6.
Yum.
And it was actually good. But it's typical Asian beer. You could taste a little rice.
I really like that Tsingtao beer a lot.
Had that so sweet sake kind of, a hint flavoring, and then they stopped getting it in. They just, I guess, people didn't go for it. Maybe they felt because it was so cheap that it was garbage beer or because it was from China. I have no idea.
That Mandala light beer. I think it's from Puerto Rico, or it's a Puerto Rican American beer. I haven't been seeing that lately, and I kind of fell in love with it last time I bought it. It was really delicious and light, and it was like, I think it was a 4.3 ABV, so it give you that little extra percentage of alcohol over most light beers. I thought it was really flavorful and pleasant.
I never had sorghum. I never South Africa. I hear is popular. Sorghum beer. It's a grain. It's drought-resistant grain from.
It's in a lot of stuff. It's in like Foster's beer, I think, or maybe it was in Red Stripe. I think, Red Stripe. A lot of those, I think.
That's in Jamaica, right?
Jamaican beer. That's a Jamaican beer. Yep.
And then Dominican Republic is
do they have a Jamaican beer?
El Presidente.
I've never had that one. I see it, and it's never cheap.
Yeah, and hold on.
Yes.
San Miguel is San Miguel beer. Hey
James.
Clearwater, Florida is with us. Hi.
Hey, Nina.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Not bad.
Right. How was what's the biggest drama that took place on SmackDown tonight?
It was a pretty good episode, man. You didn't watch it at all?
I just saw little bits of it.
Yeah, it was pretty entertaining, actually. They have Roman Reigns going up. He was going to fight in the Royal Rumble against that guy Adam Pearce.
Yeah.
So then they signed the contract tonight, and Adam Pearce signed it. And then he was like, well, it always says where the card is subject to change. And so he said instead of him fighting, it's going to be Kevin Owens.
You know, that match with Drew McIntyre and Keith Lee was pretty good.
What was that on Raw?
Yeah.
This week on Raw, I actually fell asleep. But it's a Monday night. Most of the time, I like to catch SmackDown because it's on a Friday. Yeah, and I don't have to work.
I like to watch when Asuka's on because I watch her YouTube videos and I find her to be very entertaining. She's a funny girl. Japanese.
Oh, yeah.
Asuka, she lives in Orlando, I guess because of WWE's main training.
I think what's a lot of them live either in Orlando or in Tampa.
The Thunderdome. The
Thunderdome is in Orlando, but it's funny, tonight they mentioned that they were in Tropicana Field, which is actually in St. Petersburg, over here by me.
That's true. It's St. Petersburg.
So I don't know. Yeah, that was interesting when I heard that. I guess they moved it.
Yeah. St. Petersburg is like comparing Oakland to San Francisco. It's a city that's like right next to Tampa.
Oh yeah, it's close to Tampa. It's like the Tampa Bay area that it's called. It actually has 3 cities. So it's Tampa, Clearwater, and St. Pete, which is farther south.
I heard there's a Greek community.
There's a big Greek community around here.
Yeah. Greek food and Middle Eastern too.
Yeah, there's a lot of Greek influence over here.
Get your fattoush, get your zhedra.
Yeah.
So
I always used to call it in New York you would call it a gyro, right?
Gyro.
You call it gyro. Over here they call it a euro.
Okay.
Euro.
And I think that's like the right way to say it, but I'm not gonna say it. I still call it a gyro.
In Canada.
Yeah.
But everybody calls it a euro, which I guess that's the Greek way to say it. But I still say gyro because everybody says it in New York.
It's supposed to be made with lamb. Then the shawarma could be chicken or beef. Shawarma is a good. Souvlaki is like a kebab. It's a kebab. Yeah. I like that pie with the feta cheese. Spanakopita.
Yeah. Spanakopita.
Yeah, that's good.
That's the little triangles with the spinach inside it.
I bought the whole tray. I just went like Homer Simpson.
It's a big Greek influence. So like any restaurant you go to, like Greek salad is always a big thing. And then there's a big Cuban influence too. So like the Cuban sandwich is always like on the menu here.
Cuban
Oh,
sandwiches.
of course, those are real good.
They flatten it with like a
Yeah.
press or something.
Panini
Yep.
almost.
So yeah, similar to a panini. Yeah.
Ham and what else? Mustard on that always, right? Pickle.
It has ham, pickle, mustard. I think they might put turkey.
Oh yeah, or yeah, I would think it might be a
I ordered
combination.
the fresh pork, the roast pork, lechon. You know, the roast pork, either
Lechon,
pernil or lechon. It's just
A roast pork can kind of look a little bit like turkey. I'm not sure. They might
right.
have.
It does.
Mhm.
It does.
Yeah.
Smoked turkey can get pretty porky in flavor with all that smokiness.
You like center cut pork chops? I love.
I like them with a lot of like vinegar kind of a flavor to them, like an oil vinegar kind of vinegar pepper kind of flavor with pork is nice. Potatoes.
Someday I got to find out why they serve mint jelly with lamb. I never was able to find out why, but it's like a tradition.
It's what they have, I think. The mint, you can grow it there. It's kind of like their spice.
Oh, that's right. It grows, wild oregano, mint grows wild.
Oregano can be a strong flavor, and I don't know. Maybe people are heavy-handed with it sometimes, and I notice. But other times, oregano is just right. It goes like right under the radar and just wakes up your palate just enough. You don't want it overkill, but you want just the right amount of oregano, and so, I wouldn't count it out. What do you think about cilantro?
Cilantro, which is actually Chinese parsley, and the seeds are coriander.
Coriander. Yeah, it becomes coriander when it matures.
That has a nice smell. If you order Mexican food and they put fresh cilantro.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's basil. I like the smell of basil. Now, Thai basil is stronger than the Italian basil.
I think that's a licorice kind of taste, almost like an anise sort of note. I enjoy that too, especially with the cuisine you put it on. Like, what do you end up putting that on? Like pad thai.
Oh, pad thai noodles.
Mm-hmm. Or that crispy pork, the little flakes of pork with the egg. You ever get that? It's almost like a big fried egg with all the crunchy pork. It's Vietnamese, I thought, and it comes with that Thai basil.
Yeah. They cook with lemongrass.
Come on, guys, you're making me hungry.
Southeast Asia, they cook with a lot of. It's tall. You ever see full-grown lemongrass? It's actually pretty tall crop.
It's soothing. The smell of lemongrass, it makes you feel like you're not gonna go like beat someone's ass or something. And if you go with lemongrass, if you're really getting wound up, that really.
You guys drinking any beers tonight?
It's Ballantine Ale.
I've got the Ballantine, which I actually have to go get a refill on soon. This one's going down pretty easy.
What do you got, Ron? Yes.
I got a nice one, sour IPA.
Oh wow,
that's fancy.
It's by New Belgium. I love this beer. It's just good.
That's a kite, right?
Yeah, I guess it's a kite on it. I don't know why. 7%.
Huh.
I think this is one of my favorite New Belgium beers.
7%. That's not bad.
Is it bitter or the sweetness?
Nah, it's not bitter. Like, so a sour IPA, you would think it sounds kind of weird.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's not bitter at all. Like, and it has kind of like that tartness to it.
I wonder if it is bitter and it's tart, and together it's not going to need. It's like a yin and yang, maybe.
I would say it's more tart than it is bitter, for sure.
The sour would do that, though.
Yeah. But I like sour beers. I like Gozas.
You ever had the monkey, the sour monkey?
Yeah.
Those are pretty good.
Yeah.
I can knock those back.
And they're pretty strong too.
I got a strong.
This is a great IPA. Like, all I can say is I know people think it sounds weird when it says sour IPA. It sounds kind of like, but it's good though. It's really good.
I like it better than the fruity IPAs, the ones that are overly.
I like the fruit ones too.
It's that weird, like passion fruit kind of profile. It doesn't really.
I like that. I like the passion fruit.
You do.
Yeah.
You like Sierra Nevada? I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Never had Prosecco.
They have a good product line.
I like Sierra Nevada. Actually, I have a Sierra Nevada one I just bought. I'll show you guys. It's a 9%er.
Wow.
And it's you know, like the hazy thing series that they have.
Yeah.
Like the little hazy thing and the sour. You know what I'm talking about?
Sounds like a big hazy thing. That number 9.
Huh?
It sounds like a big hazy thing. If it's
that's what it's called. It's called the big hazy thing.
Well, let's hold that thought on the number 9. I'm gonna grab another beer for myself. I'll be right back. But that sour, that's pretty appealing.
Yeah, that dogfish I bought on Wild Card Wednesday was pretty potent. The 190 minute. Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Yeah, 190.
How did that Wild Card Wednesday go, Ron? I heard Ron saying it was wild.
Yeah, it was. Ron was giving some very deep speeches.
Was he really?
Sermons and all kind. Yeah, he was talking real deep, and he was saying that after all these years, people thought a lot of the things I said were jokes, but they're not. I did it for a reason. I did it for a reason. It's an experiment of mine.
Did you see on his channel the video he did on Sunday, last Sunday? He did like a 2-hour video.
No, I didn't see
where
it.
he was like basically admitting that he's not like a neocon Republican and nobody ever believed him.
I can't watch it. You know what? I
no,
didn't.
you should. It's 2 hours long. But
Well, you know what I told him? I says, look, and you know, Ronnie S., if somebody is set in their ways, no matter what you say to them, you can't convince them. You can't convert them. I mean, the best you can do is give your honest opinion, and that's it. You know, you can't like squabble. Like when I used to do the show with Gary Owens, who I haven't talked to him in a long time. You know, it's like they don't listen to what you have to say. There are people like that. They don't.
Even though you and Gary pretty much you were on the same side.
No, it got to the point where, you know what happened? It was the argument. Well, it wasn't an argument. It was the disagreement about.
It was about the Corona stuff.
Governor DeSantis opening up everything, lock, stock, and barrel.
You didn't like that, yeah.
You know, like no.
Which
no,
I would disagree with you 100%. I would be actually on Gary's side, but it doesn't mean that we can't still talk.
No, it's just that there's the pandemic has gotten really, really bad now. Now it's like, I mean, I don't know why California is having a nightmare.
Well, the thing is, I don't really want to get too far into this.
But now, now we're going to have, the end of this month, we're going to have 5 different vaccines.
Yeah, 5? So what, do you got to pick one, or what's going on?
No, you get whatever's available. The Johnson & Johnson's only 1 shot.
Well, which one are you going to get?
It's not, I'm going to get nothing.
Okay, good for you, man. Me either.
I'm gonna wait and sit back and watch.
Yeah.
People get the vaccine.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. There's no reason for me to get it. I don't think so.
No, let all the healthcare people and let the senior citizens in the nursing homes and let the teachers get it. Let them all get it. And
well, that's what they're doing in Florida. They're going in and giving it to the senior citizens first, and I heard that in New York there was like there's like 22-year-olds getting it before senior citizens are getting it.
What? 22?
Yeah, because they're like an essential worker, or maybe they work in a hospital or something.
It's supposed to be. Yeah, that's it. It has to be. They're nurses or whatever.
But they get it before the old people.
Yeah, it makes total sense because they got to deal with the old people who have the virus.
Well, not all of them have it though. Not all the old people have it.
You want a bunch of old people living longer than the skilled trained worker person?
I don't know.
people in the hospitals are the ones that are going to take care of our asses if it happens to us. So I would say that's a priority to get the
I
help.
mean, really, I don't
I
know.
think even pharmacy workers and like grocery store workers, regardless of your age, are such high traffic individuals that it would be wise for them to have access.
Grocery employees are important because we all have to get food.
They got to have stronger unions for grocery store workers. Like, I don't know if anyone's ever worked in a deli before or worked a deli machine.
I
That's
have
a
worked in a
really
deli.
hard job.
I worked in a deli.
It's hard. It's very hard.
It wasn't a deli. It was a bagel shop.
That's not easy either.
I was
Get in there at like 5 in the morning.
I was in the butchers union because I work with seafood, and we were part of the Teamsters.
Yeah, it should be.
Butchers union is part of the Teamsters.
Yeah, the meat cutters union, the butchers union. Yeah, so we were part of their.
Only in New Jersey you have that shit.
I don't know. I think they have in Florida. They have it everywhere. It's national.
You know what? You would think the customers will be causing most of the stress, but actually, you get to make a lot of friends with the customers, really, because
do
good work. They like you. They come looking for you. Hey, what's Ronnie? Yes, I like that kid. I like talking to him. Hey,
well, they have their their favorite people who make a good sandwich or whatever. That's who they go to.
Yeah. The management gave me 10 times more stress than the customers.
Managers, something's wrong with those people. I don't know. They're attracted to it or something, and a lot of them are sick. They're fucked up people. I can't stand them. I hated their
guts. I gave one the Italian curse, the evil eye. My boss, because all he did was complain.
What's the Italian curse? This?
No, it's a Malorca. It's a ritual. And what happened was, just picture this: you go to work, and all your boss does, supervisor does, is complain nonstop about everybody. Nobody's any good. Nobody. So I get bingo, and guess what? He had a serious accident a couple of days later. His arm and hand was like ripped open. And they said to me, "Oh, James, witchcraft. I've been staying away from you. What are you, a voodoo high priest?" I said, "Look, the guy. After a while, you start to hate somebody's guts if they keep pushing your buttons over and over every day, and they push the other guy and your coworkers too. Everybody hated him."
What do you walk into a fish hook or something? Like
his name was Bobby Maskell.
Give him an ice pick.
His name was Bobby Maskell.
Rest in peace, Bobby.
And then I heard he got hepatitis C on top of.
From the hospital or from bleeding, blood transfusion?
I don't know how he got it, but I heard on top of the injury, he got hepatitis C. But now there's a pill for it. There's a drug.
Well, yeah, but $100,000 a pill, you need 3 or 4 of them, right?
What?
That's what I heard. Or no, it was $100,000 total for that program.
What a ripoff!
What program?
If you have hepatitis, they can cure it. And you used to have to literally get chemotherapy to cure hepatitis C. You got like literal chemo. And now they have this really expensive pill regimen. I think it was $100,000 buy-in for it, and a 4-dose program, thing in the program, and you're cured of hepatitis C after that. And it's valuable because $100,000 for this set of pills versus the implantation of a donor liver. I mean, I don't know the price point of something like that. But
I wonder why he came when I used to work in the vitamin shop. He came in. He looked terrible. He came into the store because he found out I was working there, and he was very humble because he was sick, and he was buying astragalus and milk thistle extract, which are liver.
Oh yeah, liver stimulants.
Yeah, liver detoxify. So if somebody is going to take a drug test for their employer, that's a great thing for them to take. It's milk thistle and astragalus.
They have those synthetic urines though that everyone and their brother who drive DOT verification know about. It's just like a little vial of fake pee. Very, very common. Very, very common. I'm surprised you didn't know about that. Or I'm sure you have. Everyone knows about that. But anyway.
I don't know what the composition is. I guess it's like
They had some device a few years ago called the Wizinator. It was like a phallus, and it held, the fake urine in it, so somebody could go into the place and just squeeze one out, and pass the test. The Wizinator.
They should do a commercial. Have a guy in a wisdom outfit.
I don't know, but anyway, everyone's got their thing that they do, and I don't think that there should be drug tests. The United States is the only country that does drug tests, and personally, I think that is a major violation of human rights, personal privacy, all that. And if you worked like I work for a university, or I've met people who work for foreign countries, and I think because of like international students and all of that, there would have to be like a major accident or like death resulting for somebody to subpoena someone's
Jeremy V. What's up, Jeremy?
Yeah. So you know what else is a violation of your rights and your privacy and everything is when somebody from your company snoops on social media to see what you're posting and what you're typing on your own time.
That's fucked up.
You're home. You're on your own time. You're off the clock, right? And you have a right to say whatever you want when you're home.
There's all this cancel culture stuff where somebody apparently should lose their job, their livelihood, their health care, their access to their family and children, or all these things if they've like done some disagreeable act. And personally, I feel that should not be the case. You should be in trouble. You could be publicly shamed, but nobody should lose their livelihood in, civilized society. It shouldn't be like a gotcha. Oh, you're on the streets now because of your opinion. It should be, that's your opinion, and we understand that you're an asshole now, or whatever. It's been made clear. But why make it so the person doesn't have an income? That doesn't make any sense to me. Although, if you're inciting violence, but then that's another slippery slope. Or say you're vulgar, or sexually, what do you call it? Not sexually, sexual harassment kind of a tier, vulgarity. Is that even the same thing? I don't know.
It's real sexual harassment if it's investigated.
It though? I mean, these are all slippery slopes, and
has to be investigated.
But who's doing the investigation? Who's impartial? What's an impartial? Another thing I don't believe in is videotape. If somebody is on videotape doing something, is that like evidence? Like it's in the books, it's an over and done case, because you can augment video, you can augment, voice on a telephone is it really that person? Is there any way that you can verify this? There's no way you can verify this.
Well, I've heard stories.
Yeah, what is that called? A deep fake, right? With the
I don't know anything about that.
A fake video, they can make it now with the internet and everything. They can make what's called a deep fake. So there was actually a rumor that when Trump came out and like conceded that Biden won, after everything, he's like, okay, guys, go home, blah blah blah. People were saying that was a deep fake because in the background of when he was moving, it kind of looked like his neck.
Oh, because the White House invented all that kind of technology. Like, remember when they said that guy in the White House hit somebody, but they blurred something? They made it so a column of the video like disappeared when the guy was
No,
like,
I'm not familiar with that.
it was big. 'Cause they
But with
called it
this thing the thing with that video that he did, people were like automatically saying it was like a fake like AI thing, where he actually wasn't saying that. It was just like a video thing. But what it was that he was using a green
microwave
screen.
got spilled milk.
He was using a green screen like in the back of him, what had like the American flags and stuff.
One with the punching thing, because they tried, and then they got the guy like kicked out of the White House. Like, what was it? It was a costume.
I'm not sure.
You can look it up. You should punch out for a little while, look it up on YouTube, and come back, and we can talk about it.
I mean,
It would be convenient for me.
Well, you know what? Between Photoshop and what Ronnie S. was explaining, it's become a very complicated.
He's right. I told him that, but that's why that's not evidence. It can't be evidence.
No, but I was saying it, but what I'm saying is that wasn't true. People were saying that, but it actually wasn't true because he was using a green screen thing. Like he wasn't actually in a real podium. They used like a fake background, like how anybody can put like a fake background.
That's why news outlets are important to have multiple news sources there with multiple. You know, you used to see somebody at a podium. There were all those microphones.
It wasn't even a real podium. It was just like a fake screen, because I guess like maybe they put him in like this sequestered area because like things were going on.
Microphone, you had the one with like the 6 and the 12. Like all those microphones are there. It makes you feel more confident because you know how many microphones. It diversifies. You know.
Yeah. Like one says CBS, one says NBC, one says Fox. Like that's
you got the Spanish channel there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You have that when he's gone.
You're talking facts. I was at the post office the other day. I had to mail a package, and I had to write a zip code with a Sharpie. You know, so I had to ask the lady, "Do you know what this says? Can you tell what this says?" Because my fucking handwriting was all blurry after I squoze, you know, the whole big address, and then I got to put a zip code on there too. And I was saying, you could see how facts can get blurred when people are writing in Sharpie, and the president liked to write in Sharpie a lot. So I don't know. I thought that was pretty relevant.
Too hard with the Sharpie marker. That's the secret.
Yeah, they are all rounded out too. You know, like the public Sharpie.
Yeah. Now with the harassment thing, it's gotten to the point where even if a man gives somebody a compliment or asks her out to lunch, she goes to human resources and says, "Because she doesn't like him for some reason." He's bothering me.
Human resources.
He's a misogynist.
And they
who is human resources? Are they whose side are they on?
Who is human resources?
Are they going to help you? Are they on the employee's side?
They're on somebody's side.
They're calling you a resource. Obviously, you're an expendable whatever at that point. So I don't think
they're calling you a human, right? And
they're at least, at the bare minimum, they're calling you a human.
They're calling you a human.
Well, what gives them their power is the fact that the job market sucks, and if you leave, there's like probably dozens of people waiting for an interview to take your place.
These people were getting $600 checks not to work for a while now. I guess all that money is spent.
Well, more is coming.
They're going to amp it up again. There's a new bill coming through on Biden.
I'm going to get more. You're going to get more.
I think they're going for 500 this time.
I don't know. But you gotta have.
You don't know about all that? I don't know about all that either.
I'm thinking there are people who don't work that are really skilled. Like there are people out there who have a valuable skill. And maybe we should look at some of this. What was that Yang guy, that out of touch with New York life guy?
Yeah,
Andrew Yang.
Well, they're using his ideas of the universal basic income because they're giving out basic income to people already. You know, how many times this year you got the 1,200?
Scandinavia has.
Then they gave out the 600, and now they're gonna give out 2,000, I believe, coming up in like a month or so.
Norway.
Some people who are retired have a skill set that is too valuable to like take out of circulation. You know, when you see people come out of retirement to do a task, I think if you let them be retired and, you know, here's this task that come up kind of like as a bonus, or like pay them per diem to do a very valuable task and make it worthwhile to them. Make them into a hero or something to be doing that.
Very, very part-time.
Part-time, get them
Yeah, well, that exists.
get them a lunch ticket or something.
You can do that.
Make it worthwhile.
Unless they have enough of a nest egg where they could just.
But even if they have a nest egg, sometimes people just want to fill up their time. Like people retire and they think they're going to go golfing all day, but then they get bored.
Well, these retired people in South Florida, when I was in Jupiter, Boca Raton, they told me we're bored.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, the guy got a part-time job in a retail store. He says, because I'm bored.
Hey, that's what Ron Terrio does. He's a retired teacher. I'm sure he has plenty, he's not rich, of course, but he's got money. He doesn't have to work, but he works part-time at like some convenience store.
They get a good pension though.
I'm sure he doesn't have to work there though. I'm saying he does it, just for something to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's nothing wrong with that.
Should learn
to a degree it can get kind of, there should be like menial employment available for, just like teenagers. I used to think like, hey, you're leaving the movie theater and you leave your empty Raisinets box in the cup holder and you walk out. Yeah, you're an asshole, but did you create a job for some 15-year-old, 16-year-old kid to go pick up that Raisinette box, put it in a garbage bag, and get paid? No, I don't know, minimum wage. Minimum wage is bullshit, but like, reasonable, couple dollars over the minimum wage, to be honest. To, go in there, do that, run a mop down the aisles, and just have, a clean environment.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Can you go to the movies where you live?
No. Well, I'm sure they're open, but I wouldn't go. It's basically
go on Netflix.
No, can you?
Yeah, the movie theaters are open, but
yeah. Oh, all right, that's good.
Probably a bunch of old dudes sitting there watching some.
Well, one of my favorite, me and my wife's favorite pastimes is going to the movies. We like going to the movies, and they opened up here in
Florida,
October.
Right?
Yeah, we're in Florida.
It
was closed from April until about. They opened up, I think, on Halloween Day actually, and they did like a quiet opening. It wasn't even like I didn't find out until like the end of November that the movie theater was open again.
I don't know. I got burned down in movie theaters because I would go to see a movie and would end up being the only person in the movie theater, and it was just like
that's creepy. What happens to us. Yeah,
that's not so bad.
But I like that though. I like that. That's cool. I mean, there's we went to see Wonder Woman, and that was, I guess, that's like a popular movie because it's a DC one, and it's one of the superheroes. And normally, when you go, like it would be packed, and like you would have to get tickets beforehand. But it's not like that anymore. So we went in, and there's a few people. There was probably like 10 other people, and we thought that was a lot because we went to see a couple other movies, and it was just us, and that's it in the whole fucking place.
That's actually, if it was just you in that theater, then Godspeed. That's perfectly fine. But you're running the risk of going in there and there being somebody. One person sick or whatever.
Yeah, you're running a risk every day. I'm not scared of Corona at all. I really don't care. I know a lot of people who have had it.
I do too, and they're still sick.
And like my whole entire family had it. So I don't know I live here in Florida. I moved here like a year and a half ago, but the rest of my family lives in New York, and they were all wearing masks and all this stuff. They're like super into it and all that. And then they all ended up getting sick anyway, and they all had it, and they all got over it. My 91-year-old grandma had it. She had no symptoms.
Wow.
It was crazy. She had no symptoms at all. She went to get a test because she had been around my family.
Damn.
And she's like, oh, well, they all have it, so maybe I might have it. So she went to get a test, and she was positive, but the doctor told her that she was at the end, like the tail end of it, and that she already went through like the worst part of it. I don't even know how they know that. But
I don't either.
She had no symptoms at all. She felt like a little bit nauseous, which is kind of normal anyway.
I bought something a couple weeks ago off of somebody who, from Craigslist who had the coronavirus because I was going to buy something a month ago from the guy, but he said his wife had like a runny nose and was sick and whatever, and they both got tested. Went to one of those drive-through test places, and turned out they both had positive tests for coronavirus. So, what I did was I communicated with him that, I'm probably not going to race over and buy something from you while you got the coronavirus. If you don't mind, please put it in your garage and, give me, after the new year, I'll come visit you and get it. So it ended up being like 2 weeks later, I went and got it, and he, had a negative test and everything by then. I felt fine about it. But there are people that are dying in my community still. There was some 35-year-old cop that died the other day. Everyone felt bad for. And I had another 40-something-year-old friend who, she was one of those graduate student people who had like gone to school just for like more time than you could ever possibly imagine somebody going to school for. And she just got the virus and died. It was awful. I'm laughing as a reflex to try to feel better about the situation. I'm not laughing at her or anything. I'm trying to just make sense.
There's gotta be some other thing going on there.
She was the healthiest person I knew. She rode her bike all the time.
She couldn't have been the healthiest person ever. That's
really
not possible.
She played hockey. She rode her bike like 13 miles a day at that point in time and just dropped dead from it.
How old was she?
43.
Oh, wow.
And you're saying she was healthy as a rock?
Healthiest person I knew, and like the smartest. You know what I mean? Somebody's like the smartest person in the room.
That sounds. I'm not saying any like that. You're wrong, but it just sounds weird.
Yeah, it is weird, and it's really distressing when something like that happens. And then you see your friends with like their what do you call it? Their I guess their fiance survived, and everyone's screwed up. They had the fiance had a daughter from a previous relationship that's spent all that time with her, and now she's dead. So the whole thing just you hear these stories, they resonate with you. And like my sister working on coronavirus ward, she had people dying on that coronavirus ward, 2 young people. And there was actually something going on with one of the people that died, although here they are in jail, wicked healthy, like a total, what else do you have to do in jail other than eat high sodium food and work out?
Work out.
So anyway, they hated drinking water.
If you want to get into shape,
they didn't drink water. They were dehydrated, and they had the coronavirus and just dropped dead from the coronavirus from being dehydrated.
Well, they were letting people out of jail earlier in the year because of it.
A lot of mentally ill people are in jail, and those are the people who.
I think in California they were letting rapists out.
Well, I don't know how to justify an answer to that, but to what degree? I don't know. If you're violent, that's a violent.
You're in jail for raping somebody, but they're letting you out because of corona reasons.
Well, a lot of people don't go to jail for raping people.
That's not a lot of people do though, and the people that were there.
I've never heard of anyone going to jail. The one person I remember going to jail for raping somebody. It was one of those situations where it was like an underage situation where somebody was drunk, underage, over the age of 16, drunk, and gave fellatio to a bunch of people, and all of those people went to jail for that happening. I was shocked by that happening. But that's the only person I've really heard of for like, being punished for that. Like as a violent
people do go to jail for that. Definitely.
I watched that episode of The Sopranos. Did you see that episode of The Sopranos where the therapist lady was raped in like a stairwell by that Latino or Cuban guy?
I think I remember that. Yeah, I saw all the episodes, but
and the guy got away. Like some procedural issue happened in the police station. So
I kind of remember that, but not really. Like, what season was that?
I couldn't tell you. You'd have to look.
I remember the episode. Yeah.
You did. Yeah. I watched the whole series. I like that show
all the time. Or the person who gets raped goes to make the report, and next thing you know, they're facing charges for like filing a police report that was investigated as like untrue. That happens.
Oh yeah.
But it was untrue. Was they raped? They could have gone to the emergency room bleeding out of their orifices.
Right.
Police report. Next thing you know, they're being arrested. So it's like rape is another really slippery subject. And
Well, I mean, every subject is slippery when it comes to jail. When it comes to locking somebody up and taking away all their liberties, that's a slippery subject, no matter what you're talking about.
I like the idea in Belgium where if you escape jail and mail your prison uniform back to the prison after you've escaped, then you are completely free of. You've escaped. You're done.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I think that's fair. I also think like if say in an insane asylum, if you are in an insane asylum,
I don't even think insane asylums should exist.
if you fight your way out, then you're free.
I don't think people should be put away behind bars because they're insane. That's horrible.
Bars and you fight your way out, then you are free.
It used to be a lot more popular than it is now. You know, but I think that's inhumane to do that to people.
In Rhode Island, we had a farm, like
Yeah, a farm. That's how it started out. It started out in the 1800s as a farm. I used to live the town where I grew up in. At one point in time, it had the largest insane asylum in the entire world.
So say a police
not
officer,
not necessarily the largest, but the biggest population of inmates.
say a police officer comes and says, "All right, you're insane. You've got to go to the insane asylum," and drags you to.
But they don't really have insane asylums anymore.
They have emergency rooms, which are insane asylums to create for a while.
Yeah, but that's temporary. They're gonna put you there, and then they're gonna put you in like a halfway house or something.
Well, they're going to put you in the emergency room, and then they're going to take you from the emergency room
probably to jail.
An insane asylum where you're there for X amount of period of time. But say this cop brings you to the emergency room, and you're like, you want to fight your way out of this place. You know what I mean? You're ready. You're like
you fight your way out, and they're gonna kick your ass and throw you in jail.
Say you beat the shit out of somebody. You like manage to pull some
who are you gonna beat the shit out of? They're not gonna go for that. They're not gonna go for that.
Say there's a security guard in this hospital, and you're there, and you want to leave, and the guy like tries to stop you, but you like do a quick combo. Guy's on the ground.
Okay, fine, but you don't think they're gonna get the cops in there right away?
So the cops come back. You've been declared insane. All right. Are you going to be held responsible for doing the roundhouse to this guy, laying him out? You're declared insane. How are they gonna fucking say something?
Because they watch each other's back. That's why.
Why would this insane person be now a criminal for beating somebody up?
Because they watch each other's back, and they're gonna say, okay, this guy fuck with this guy. I'm on this guy's side. And nobody has to. This isn't legal talk. This is cop talk.
You got beat by an insane person. You got duped. The person can't be held responsible for that.
You're being too somewhat naive.
I don't know. I honestly feel like maybe they should have put him in the padded room and the fight wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, maybe they should have, but they don't care. These people are authoritarian assholes.
In other words. Maybe society's not set up right to deal with these people. Maybe the insane asylum should be X much time in this padded room, and all holds barred.
Well, if somebody's that mentally unstable, being with other people that are also very mentally unstable is not therapeutic.
Why would that make them better?
You're right. That's a great point, James.
Not therapeutic.
That's a great point.
That's a wonderful point. You got to diffuse the situation.
I mean, every day people are walking.
Let's throw them all together, right?
What do you think about what happened at the Capitol building the other day?
Well, that's quite a segue.
Oh, the Capitol building. Oh, before you get to the Capitol building, or that became the Crapitol building, you two ever notice that you've gotten a lot more scam phone calls every day, like in the past year?
You asked them.
Yeah, I have noticed that. Yeah,
I'm getting bombarded. I'm getting bombarded, and the good thing is my Android tells me if it's
James. They're in like October. I was getting texts from Obama. He was telling me to go out and vote.
Oh, I used to get
He was really.
Those are probably real.
Donald Trump's voice was on the robocall. Hi, this is your President Trump. I mean,
Actually, and I was getting a text from, I think it was Donald Trump Jr.
That's real. I'm thinking it's not a direct text. It's probably like the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
You never know. There are times when these pollsters call you, and it's actually the person you think it was.
Oh, I would be impressed if it was actually Obama, contacting me. I did vote for him in 08, so maybe that's why he got my phone.
You know what I told the pollster? Am I going to get a coupon to like go to Applebee's or something? I mean,
Applebee's, nah, you need something better than that.
Remember the Olympic lady, Michelle Kwan, the ice skater, the figure skater? Ring any bells?
What?
Michelle Kwan, she was like a figure skater, I don't know, 1998 Olympics or something like that. Like
I don't follow that stuff.
Well, I don't know. Everyone follows the Olympics. It was back when we had the dream team.
The only skater I know is the one that she got, taken out.
What's her name? Yeah. With the tie rod or whatever.
Tanya Harding.
Tanya Harding. What year was that? Was that 96 or 92?
It was Atlanta, so it was like
96. Yeah, it was
okay.
96.
Actually, no. Maybe it was the one after Atlanta. This Michelle Kwan lady, I don't know. She's all retired.
No, it was definitely in the 90s.
So anyway, we were talking about getting celebrity phone calls. Her husband was running for governor in the state of Rhode Island. So I get a phone call from Michelle Kwan. And it was, who else was it? You think it's not going to be Michelle Kwan calling me? So I was kind of starstruck by, getting some Olympic gold medalists calling. That's clout right there, in my opinion. What do you think, James? Olympic gold medalist?
Yeah.
For sure.
It's pretty cool.
So, but I didn't vote for the guy because he was a dipshit. He had like,
if she rubbed the candidate wrong time.
She's actually divorced from him now.
Oh, so she's married to him. Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool. She was a figure skater, right?
Yeah. So she was an athlete. I respect athletes, don't you? To some degree. And
was the Winter Olympics in Hokkaido, Japan, or where was it being held that year?
It was after Atlanta. Atlanta was actually the Summer Olympics. Maybe it was Utah. That's what it was. It was Utah. The Utah Olympics. I knew it was America.
The Winter Olympics.
Yeah, the Winter Olympics.
And she was a figure skater, not a speed skater. Figure. She did
it all. She did the ice dance. She did the I don't know if she did like in a group, but she was very athletic on ice.
I just want to say Tanya Harding was not very good. Nancy Kerrigan.
She was like a bull. She did like the power moves.
Yeah. And then her boyfriend hit Kerrigan in a leg.
What was his name?
Why me?
I saw that movie a few years ago in the theater. There was a movie, like a remake of Tanya Harding. It had all this ZZ Top music in it. It was really good. I don't know if you ever saw it. I would recommend watching that. If you ever got a hangover or something, it's a good couch movie, I would think.
I heard there was a murder took place. I don't know. The son shot the father, or the big family murder shooting, and Nancy Kerrigan's family.
People get away with these kinds of things.
It was really.
There was a kid in my neighborhood. It's truth is stranger than fiction. You see these movies, and you hear these facts that happen in real life, and you wonder like who's dropping the ball in Hollywood. There was some like 12-year-old kid down the street from where I live who ate a 5-year-old kid. And they don't talk about this. He just like the neighbor was 5 years old and the other neighbor was 12 years old. And I don't know the story, but next thing you know, there's the bones from the 5-year-old kid are in the 12-year-old kid's like bedroom, and they're asking him what happened to him, and he's like, I don't know, I ate him.
What is it, Jeffrey Dahmer?
I think it was more hardcore than that. It was like it was just a one-time shot, first time success.
Yeah, I mean, he makes Dennis the Menace look like Mother Teresa.
I'm saying.
God, that's hard. I mean,
So the brother was an older brother, I don't know, maybe a younger brother or something. But the family business was heating. They fixed furnaces and delivered oil, and they're still out there. They still fix your furnace or come fix your gas dryer or whatever. So
I remember my grandfather had a oil burner, and you had to check the water level in this like beaker, this like
okay,
glass
yep.
tube. You had to maintain a certain water level.
Did you lose water at all, or
No, it was fine. It's just
right.
that's the only thing that had it. And then the oil truck used to come at the beginning of the winter and fill your tank. And after a while, it wasn't cheap.
No, oil is expensive, but so is natural gas and electricity.
You know what? It's all a ripoff. My friend has a beautiful mobile home in a trailer park.
Those can be gorgeous. The double wides, nothing better than that.
Like like the prefab homes that you see. Were they modular? Or they're
Order from a catalog, Sears.
it's a big rectangle, but they're big rooms, high ceiling, and full size windows. And they have even the sliding glass door. I mean, the kitchens seem to be full size, but they use propane for heat and kerosene, either propane or kerosene for
Propane is its own thing. It's kind of like natural gas, but then you got kerosene is like fancy diesel fuel. I think it like doesn't gel as much as diesel fuel. It'll like you can start the kerosene fire when diesel would be like solid. It'll still be.
Then you have pellet stoves.
Those are sweet.
Pellet stoves?
I saw a pellet stove in, I think it was Massachusetts the other day. There was a log cabin, and then on the property with the log cabin, like kind of near the street, was just this thing blowing smoke. Smelled like cedar wood or something. It was like I don't know, like a metal sarcophagus with the chimney on it. And I think that they would burn the wood in that little like outhouse looking thing. And it must have did their water or something for their house, or did the boiler for the heat or whatever.
Like
really cool.
Byproducts, like wood byproducts compressed into pellets.
The pellet stoves, yeah, it was like an external one.
There,
Big thing.
Let me get the solo.
Yes, what I was talking about. Have you seen this series?
No.
Out of Sierra Nevada, the little thing they call it, like hazy little thing, and then there's a couple of others. They have a sour little thing. So this one is called the Big Little Thing IPA, and it is there. It says there 9%.
Oh,
Holy cow!
It's a big beer.
yeah, it's Imperial.
I've never tried it, so it's my first time.
They're from California.
Sierra Nevada is out of Chico, California.
Chico, hey Chico.
Chico and the Man, Freddie Prinze.
And I think they actually have a place in North Carolina at this point. Also.
I'm drinking a number 9 beer myself. I'm drinking a Baltica.
Yeah, it's Mills River, North Carolina also. What is which one you got there?
It's a Baltica, number 9, grade number 9. This is from Russia. These are really good. These, I think they're 8.1% alcohol.
8.1. Does it say it on the can?
It says 8% alcohol by volume.
All right, so I only beat you by 1%. That's all.
I don't know if you ever had Steel Reserve.
I have. Yeah, I have.
It's an 8.1% lager. It's so heavy and so sticky. It's
yeah, you're right. Sticky. That's a good description.
And it burns. It's got alcohol burn.
What about you, James? You drinking anything tonight?
No, I don't have anything in the house. I usually go on Drizzly, my app Drizzly, and they deliver stuff now.
Drizzly?
Yeah,
I ordered a few beers last week from Instacart. I signed up for Instacart.
Instacart?
Yeah, and I ordered some beers. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, what's the delivery, like $5, $6, something like
They
that?
didn't charge anything. They said the first 2 weeks are free,
Oh,
and then I can I'm just gonna cancel the membership.
join like under another, no, because you got to use the same email.
Well, yeah, I can do it again under a different email. But I mean, I don't need to have delivery all the time. It was just because I didn't feel like going out that night.
Yeah. Well, this one is strictly booze, Drizzly, and you know, they deal with local liquor stores, whatever's not too far from you, and then
They have a cool logo.
Hey James, do you mind if I smoke a little tobacco out of my pipe?
care if you smoke alfalfa. Smoke anything you want. Anything goes on when I'm hosting. Oh, you got a pipe like Eric Fraunfelter. You're a pipe.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, right?
Was that a beer lighter? A glass of beer?
It is. You noticed that?
I did.
I just bought it tonight.
Oh wow! Look at that. It looks like it's got the drops.
Yeah, it has the alcohol legs.
Wow. Let me see that pipe. Is that like a nice jagged rough briar wood? Oh! It's a
pretty nice pipe.
I never seen anything. It's like a high tech.
It's made out of glass.
Really? And you can smoke any pipe tobacco with that?
Yeah.
And it won't crack at all. It won't get too hot, and that's interesting. Wow.
So combine some of this, tobacco with this 9% beer. I'm going to be doing pretty good tonight.
Feeling all right.
They should make one that has little blobs in it, like a lava lamp. Are you smoking? like her sister's lava lamp.
Now, I noticed you guys did the wrestling talk. Was it last week on Ron's channel?
Yeah, it went. Of course, it went really good.
I thought it went well. We got some complaints from the host saying
really?
that we didn't answer all the questions that were going out. But
oh, really?
Effort.
Why didn't you answer the question?
I can only answer what is asked.
You can only read so much, it goes so fast.
How? Yeah, but how? He's the one that has to present the question.
And actually, I tuned in for a second. And I noticed that Ron wasn't even there. Like he only had you guys on. Was he in the background?
I don't know. I thought we did good enough, so I didn't take any of his comments really to heart. It's kind of hard to an entertainment like wrestling or an athletic spectator sport like that. There's a lot of
there's a lot of haters out there. We're gonna say, "Oh, it's fake," blah blah blah.
You know what happened?
I should have joined because I'm a big wrestling fan.
You know what
you are. You're a big wrestling fan.
Yeah, but you know what happened that night? The question will come in as soon as they open my mouth.
They'll put another question.
I got cut off. No, I just got cut off. Either Jay or somebody else on the panel, or it was
like anybody else there. When I saw it, it was only you two.
It was like bing, 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 bing. It was like the question. He was like flashing them, like taking them away. Like I said,
yeah, and each question you want to give some kind of background. I'm sure, right? Like you can't just give a one-word answer or even a one.
Some of them were silly. Like some of them were not really.
Oh, okay.
There was some repetitiveness also. Like you touched on one thing and then you kind of. How do you not ping pong back and forth on some subjects? But
yeah. Well, I noticed that he titled it Part 1. So you know what? If he does a Part 2, which I think he should because he called it Part 1, I want to join with you guys and I'll help.
Now, who do you follow? Do you watch any of the all?
I watch everything. I wrestling's my favorite sport.
You get TNN or what do you call it now? Down where you are.
Wednesday.
TNT,
AEW.
Yeah, it's on TNT. So that's a regular channel.
Yep.
I watch AEW, not regularly. I really don't. But I'm subscribed to a wrestling magazine called Pro Wrestling Illustrated. It's one of the oldest magazines that's in existence for wrestling. Yeah, Bill Apter. Yep. I love when I was a kid. I used to go to like in the supermarket with my mom to go like food shopping and shit, and I would go right to the magazine aisle. And back then they had all the wrestling magazines like WWF, WCW, and they had all the other ones. Now these days, if you go to the magazine aisle, they only I mean, they first of all the magazine aisle.
There is no magazine aisle anymore.
They do have it. If you go to
right about that.
most stores have it, some stores don't. But
They had all the magazines.
but the selection has deteriorated. You know,
It used to be wrestling, hot rods, all that stuff.
Yeah, I used to buy the car magazines too.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that was all out of New Jersey over near you, James. All that hot rod. Or
Well,
New York,
I lived in New York at the time, so maybe it was like a Northeast thing or something.
Englishtown, New Jersey has a famous drag strip for the rails.
I think that's all in like Tennessee nowadays. That's like
Drag racing.
Yeah, all drag
But
racing.
I used to have a collection of hot rod magazines.
Yeah, they have
all from that area.
You know,
but I had so many wrestling magazines too. Like I collected them from the time that I was like 10 years old. But what happened was when I was about 22 years old, I was moving out of an apartment because I didn't pay rent. I was just like being a stupid kid at the time, and I left a bunch of stuff in the apartment, and I never came back. And all my magazines and all my like sports cards and wrestling cards and comic book cards, I left them all. I lost them all.
Did you have a title match for the Atari 2600?
And I didn't have Atari. I wasn't that old. For the first video game that I ever played was Super NES.
Okay, Super NES.
Yeah, but I had N64 was my big one though. N64 was like when I really played video games.
What was the arcade machine that was like realistic wrestling that came out? It had like
realistic.
It was the first like realistic wrestling game. It had like who was even on the cover of that one? It was everywhere, every pizza place you went, and it was like better graphics.
So what do you mean by like realistic though? Like how realistic?
Well, it was like the first realistic one. Like it had everyone's, like entry song and everything. Like, when they would come in the ring, it would actually like play the music and everything.
Oh, I never saw that on the arcade game.
It was pretty early on. It had all the like the do not do drugs, like the dare, everything was going. Yeah.
So that would have been like maybe the early 90s.
It was the early 90s for sure. But I think it was before like Super Nintendo. It was like Super Nintendo was like,
it was probably regular Nintendo.
It might have been regular Nintendo, but I think regular Nintendo was like they sold it for regular Nintendo, but it didn't have the same graphics as like the arcade machine. That was always a problem with like graphics not being good enough at home versus what you could get on the equipment at that time in the arcade setting. And that was the problem with like wrestling and basketball and all of that. Where
I guess any sport. Yeah, anything that's like moving fast. You could even probably say like action, like the superhero shit, right?
But yeah, wrestling was always a big deal in the video game world because
it
really pushed the limits of all.
What was your favorite game? Your favorite wrestling video game?
Probably on the NES. That one. What the heck was that even called? I don't know. I played the NES one with the kid across the street a lot when I was a kid and had the best time playing it. It was real simple, and I think it was just like a button mashing. Like
it was. It was like this.
What was that even called? The NES one. It was really good.
To tell you the truth, I didn't really play video games. I didn't play wrestling video games on NES. But I played them more on N64. And like those are my favorite games.
I know that Sega got real fancy with wrestling and had one game on the Genesis that was really, really, really like fast. And then there was another one that came out on
my cousins had Sega Genesis. They had Sonic. They had like the Ken Griffey Jr. baseball game. That was cool. Like Home Run Derby. That was awesome. But they didn't have like wrestling games.
There was boxing. Boxing was really
They had
cool.
a boxing game. Yeah.
Boxing on Atari. I think that was Activision. That
But
was
N64. So my favorite game ever was WrestleMania 2000. It was called.
on the 64.
Yeah,
Those are really good.
on the
You could build
64.
your
Where
own
you could like you could build your character from like the ground up.
like you
All
could give him
new
tiny legs and
set.
like upper body.
It was really, and then even the music. So you could just like make like your own matches, and you had your own arenas you can pick.
Intro. You
It
had
was
an intro.
cool. Yeah, it was really cool. It was probably like the template that they still use to this day. You know.
A lot of that was what pushed video games forward. Like it was real. I don't know. It was the first time where you could build like your own character and stuff like that. It was really instrumental, I think, in the development of what video games.
Yep.
Now it's very hard to answer all the questions on a pro wrestling show when you only have a 1 hour time limit, and when 60 minutes is completed, the big tomahawk comes down and it ends.
Yep.
So you're limited, you know. So that's another fact.
Well, you can. So James, would you do part 2 on your channel, or you think leave it up to Ron? And, you know,
Ron does a good job with.
He has a bigger audience too, so you're gonna
Well,
cross more people.
Ron has the huge following.
He has the Booze Hounds audience.
He's got the booze.
That's what James calls them.
That are, a lot of them are wrestling fans. So you know, he's got the bodies. The only thing is, Ron is the stickler for 1 hour. That's it. Boing.
Well, he is, but then sometimes like he'll go like 2 hours himself.
Well, Wednesday was 2 hours. We went 2 hours on Wildcard Wednesday.
So there you go.
He was late though. He was a little bit late. Everyone was a little tipsy and running a little loose.
Well, the theme with 2 weeks ago, you had to bring strong beer. It had to be like 12% or higher ABV, and we got tipsy.
I saw you guys on that.
Yeah.
You were drinking the 120-minute. That I don't know how you got a single of that. That sucker was $27.99 before taxes for a 4-pack of that stuff at the.
It's expensive.
Costco. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it was definitely expensive. It was pretty good, except I didn't give it up. I don't think I gave it 100. I think it was it's a little. I don't like anything that has sweetness to it.
It was a sweet beer.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I didn't give it 100. Like I like talk about a Slavic beer. I love that Polish Żywiec porter.
Okay. This one's so good. I love it. We were talking earlier about it being, Steel Reserve being so heavy. This has some weight to it, but it's almost like a pickled kind of weight. It's got like a sourness to it. It's really special the way that the body encapsulates the alcohol. I almost wonder if they're lying to you about the 9% ABV on this one, or the 8% ABV. You just can't taste the alcohol at all. But 2 of these and you're feeling great.
Could be bullshit, yeah.
Mine is 9%.
Yeah, like with vodka, I like the Eastern European.
This is a good beer.
They're not sweet like the Grey Goose and the American vodkas are sweet, and they're made from wheat instead of, I guess, potatoes or rye or whatever.
There's a low-calorie one. I can't remember its name. It was from Rhode Island. It wasn't Pinnacle. It definitely wasn't Pinnacle. Something Sales or something, but it was like a low-calorie vodka, and I never got a chance to try it, but it had to have been like what you're saying, the European kind of way of making it.
Well, European vodka has the least amount of carbohydrates of all liquor.
All right.
What does?
The Eastern European vodka, I guess they make it from potato or rye, or compared to the ones west. they make out of wheat, and it has like Tito's and Wheatley and Grey Goose. Has a sweetness to it. What's the other one? Kettle.
Oh.
That's that. I think that's a wheat vodka also. But that Sierra Nevada's. I like companies that have like a big product line. You just put out so many different varieties of things.
Yeah, they can be good, but that can also, kind of backfire. However, another company that has a big profile and all their products are pretty good, out of Massachusetts, Jack's Abbey. I don't know if you get any of their products your way, James. They've got a Hellas lager. It's just excellent. And they've got I drank their rye lager the other day. It was outstanding.
Where is that from?
It's from Massachusetts. I think like Framingham, Massachusetts. And they've got like a Pilsner. It's post-shift Pilsner, they call it. I think it's like a 7% alcohol. It's got a little bit of an extra kick of alcohol to it. I want to get a growler, 32-ounce growler from the brewery in Westerly, Rhode Island, because they do refills. They're a great deal. They're like $4.75 for the 32-ounce refill. And other craft beers, when you buy a 6-pack of them, it's more like $12. I don't know. I didn't do the math exactly, but what do you think? Half of that would be $6 something. You're not paying the tax. Well, there's no tax on cans around here. I just feel like it would be a good deal. You get a free glass with your first growler. And they've got this Pilsner. It's like 6.1% alcohol in a Pilsner. And that's like the perfect ABV for a Pilsner. It's just it's an all-around good beer. And if I was going to buy the growler, I would probably buy the coffee stout they have. And there are all these programs on Sunday. I could possibly open a growler first thing in the morning, drink a glass on Stout Sunday, and then Bumpy Road Brewery is doing a new show on Sunday nights called Beer After Dark. Have you heard that? Or After Dark Beer? It's dark beers. Anything darker than a brown ale can be on that show. So if I got a 32-ounce growler and I didn't suck it down for breakfast, I can do another glass of it on his show.
Well, what time is he doing it?
That's another good question. I think it was like 7 or 8 at night.
Because if it was right after Stout Sunday, that would be cool. Like 12 o'clock. Yeah.
But I figure I drop the, I don't know, what is it, like $8 or something on that growler. And then if I refill it a couple of times at that $4.35, might be worth it. But they say 24 hours is all you have on a growler once you open it. You got to drink it that day.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
How's that beer treating you? You still enjoying it, or are you burnt out?
It tastes good. It's really not that sour, to tell you the truth.
How can you feel the alcohol burn, that 9%?
Yeah, okay. You feel the alcohol. You feel it and you taste it. Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, it's not hidden. But
that would be West Coast IPA, right?
It's a West Coast IPA with trying to give it a little bit of like New England flavor. Like it's not all piney. It also has some of the juicy kind of thing.
Can you taste any malt?
No
malt.
No, I don't think so. I don't. Maybe like Ontario would. Say he tasted something, but I don't.
No toastiness at all to that. It looks dark enough.
No.
Huh.
It does. Do you think it looks hazy? No.
I think it looks like it might have a toasted malt property.
Yeah, it looks dark like a West Coast IPA, which I guess it is like 75%. It's like a West Coast, and like 25% a really really strong New England IPA. Like it's more on the strong side than it is on the like juicy, tasty side. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. It's like alcohol forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah. So what'd you end up having for dinner over there, Ronnie?
I should have brought this on Wild Card Wednesday.
Yeah, true.
Were you there?
I was there on Wednesday. I thought it was a nice night.
I was thinking of joining, and then I just, Wednesday is just not really like a drinking night for me most of the time.
It's been for me lately.
It's the same thing with Monday with Bumpy's show. I just don't really drink on Monday nights. Yeah, it's not really something that I look forward to doing.
I don't always want to find that beer. A lot of times, the ones they're going through lately, it's like, if it's not something normal, I got to go hunting for the thing.
Yeah, most of the time it's not normal, right? It's like obscure. But you know why that is? Because he started the show almost about a year ago now. When Bumpy first started the show. So that's he does it every week. 52 weeks, that's 52 beer styles. So he's really getting, and he never wanted to like redo one. So he's getting, kind of the bottom of the barrel now.
I don't know. He was sick a couple weeks ago and was drinking Budweiser on the show, and everyone else had the right beer. I didn't know how to feel. And he's starting to say he's unable to find the beers that he's looking for, that he needs for the show.
Bumpy had a Budweiser?
Yeah, he was drinking a Budweiser one night.
On his own show. That's funny. What was the style supposed to be?
It was winter warmers, I think. So
Okay.
I don't know. Some of those winter warmers can be pretty nasty. I've had some rough ones. I don't know about you, but I don't like the mulled wine either.
I don't know much about winter warmer beers.
Same kind of deal as mulled wine. Spicy.
Spicy beer.
What do you think of Jägermeister?
Nah, it's not really.
It's like a winter warmer.
Ice cold.
Jaeger bomb.
Jaeger bomb.
They have the caribou on the label. The rain.
That's what it's on there. Caribou.
Caribou. You ever have the honey liquor, the mead honey wine?
Yeah, that stuff can pack a punch. It sneaks up on you though. It doesn't have a quick entry.
I had the German honey liqueur one time. The cap was a little plastic beehive.
Yeah. Brandies can be sweet like that too. I've had some French brandies that were like dessert brandies, like peach brandy or apricot brandies. Ooh, those things get pretty dry.
It's like blackberry brandy, but different fruits.
I like a apricot brandy in like an American apricot brandy with rum in eggnog, like as a mixer. It's pretty good.
Is that what schnapps is pretty much, but the German version? Schnapps
is clear, isn't it? It's like refined. I don't know. There's some really sweet, heavy schnapps. Like there's that Pucker's green apple stuff, sour apple.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen different flavors of schnapps. Not always peppermint. I mean, I've seen the fruity flavored ones. I know. I watched the video. Schwarzenegger pours schnapps in his protein drink in the processor.
Interesting.
Yeah, he put schnapps in there. I don't know what is it. He had a reason for everything. But
did you see him the other day? He gave that message out from, I don't know, his office or wherever he works.
It was very well done.
Yeah, it was great. I didn't know he had such a. I never gave it any thought growing up in Austria at that time period, and having parents that were in that culture of World War at the time, and being defeated and just being so frustrated and angry, and having some scapegoat like the Jews to blame for everything, and just the way that created so much anger for them, being so steeped in saying that, and just being at a dead end after being defeated. All the frustration.
The rebels, I can use other words, but in this country have scapegoats too. They blame, and the real root of the problem are the career politicians that keep getting elected, and they just keep stuffing their own pockets, and they sell out their voters, and that's it. They don't work for the 98%. They work for the
That's
top
Joe Biden.
2%. Huh?
That's Joe Biden.
All career politicians.
He works for the elite. He works for the establishment. He screwed, or his campaign screwed Bernie Sanders over.
Bernie Sanders got screwed, I think, by the DNC.
By the DNC, but Biden, he's part of the DNC.
And Biden was bragging how, I beat Sanders. I beat him.
He did, though.
Yeah.
No, it chose him over Sanders with the way the DNC works.
You ever see the amount of people that showed up at Sanders rallies? You can look at them for miles. They're like, and the fact of the matter is that he got screwed by the. He
got screwed, but then he supported Biden.
Second time.
He said that was his friend. Yeah, second time. Before it was with Clinton. Yeah.
First time was it Deborah Wasserman Schultz was head of the DNC in 2016.
Right. Yeah.
You gotta remember though, Bernie isn't a Democrat. Is the issue? So
he is. He is.
He's not though. He was running as an independent, or what did he run?
He was running. No, he was running for the Democrat nomination, but
he runs.
He was he was technically independent, but he was in the Democrat Party. Though.
You know why he runs as a Democrat? Because if he ran as an independent, like he normally does, he wouldn't get invited to the debates. For some reason. When I was a kid, the presidential debates always had the third party candidate show up. When they had the League of Women Voters running the debates, that's it. 3 people. Democrat.
What was the third party, James?
It could be
Perot.
Well, they only had one.
Perot
was he was a Reform Party. Right?
Oh, he was. I thought he ended up being independent. Or there's Bob Dole was the Republican at the time, and then Ross Perot, I believe, was running.
And Nader was the Green Party candidate. He was big in 2000 and 2004.
And Jill Stein, or Dr. Jill Stein, the one who's rallied.
Green Party.
Like a throwback to Woodstock.
People were actually mad at Jill's people who voted for Jill Stein.
A lot of people
in 2016 because they said that if you voted for Clinton, then Trump wouldn't have won. No, I mean you can vote for whoever you want. Jill Stein, that's who they voted for. They wanted her to win, right?
Enough people voted for her.
Every vote is supposed to count, so
right.
They should have counted too.
But if you get on the ballot, even if you're a third party candidate, if you're able to get on the ballot, then you should be invited to the debates.
I agree. You should be invited to the debate, but again,
if you're able to get on the ballot, yeah.
The Democratic debate would be Democrats.
Why don't they let them on the debate? What is
the presidential, not the primary?
What's the reason why they don't get to debate then? Like the technical reason?
The technical reason is, I think, because the oligarch has their tentacles wrapped around the.
No, there's a reason why they're going to say it though. Like the media that like the channel that has it.
Corporations own the media. It's all about.
Why the only 2 parties get to go? They're going to give some kind of reason because the third party doesn't have enough delegates or something like that. It's got to be like some kind of like technical thing.
Yeah, they don't have super delegates like the Democrats do. I don't know why we have to have delegates. So they have super delegates and Democrats, and I understand about the Electoral College, but they want to make sure that even the states with low population are well represented. But
yeah. So like the Electoral College or like the vote, they don't want it to be controlled by, say, California, New York, and Florida, and maybe Texas, and then so all the other states don't really have a say. So yeah, it does make sense if you think of the mechanisms of it.
Now Sanders, he got a lot of money from the donations from the little guy, Joe Sixpack. You know, the average American citizen. He didn't take any corporate donor money.
I feel like he got a lot of those donations from like college campuses or something. Like there were all those. It was kind of like, I don't know. He became popular, kind of like Obama was like a superstar. Remember how he was a superstar? It was kind of like the Larry David.
Yeah, but Sanders is playing the same game that Obama was playing. So he's not doing the establishment thing, the full establishment thing like Obama.
He capitulates at the end.
Sanders capitulates because he goes hard the whole time, and then when they screw him over, he's like, "Okay, I'll support you."
That's why I call
even though you screwed me over.
Raisin Ball Sanders, because he always gives up at the end.
Well, the Democrats are famous for remember when they kind of gave the election over to Bush Jr. when Gore, the self-proclaimed inventor of the internet, possibly won. Florida, it was just like they felt like it was the right thing to do. It was like the high road to take. I don't know. I don't think that's.
Oh,
I remember
Florida's governor was Jeb Bush,
George W. Bush's.
No, he was Jeb Bush was the governor of Florida.
Governor at the time.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why he was going for his brother.
Well, did you see when they had Jeb running for president? That was
a joke. When Jeb Bush was running, Donald Trump destroyed him. It was so funny to see. He did it to a lot of the other guys.
That wasn't all that dumb. I don't think there's the Bush brother. Wasn't.
He was whack. He was just like his brother, like a second time. When obviously his brother sucked. Mm-hmm. So why would we want that again?
They didn't bother waiting for the inner city vote from
They wanted it to be Jeb Bush versus Hillary Clinton, and Hillary Clinton got an easy victory. And then that didn't happen when Trump came in and destroyed the whole Republican Party. It's crazy, man. And then he got taken down 4 years later, though.
Absentee.
Yeah. Took himself down with that virus thing.
The virus got him. The virus is what fucked him up.
This whole transition thing, how there's like a transition between the Trump administration and the Biden administration, and how they're like kind of not doing it. It's like just kind of the ball is.
They only got 5 days left, right?
I'm thinking it's because of that vaccine rollout. I don't know if Trump really was present to for that whole rollout, because it seems.
What do you mean?
How they were supposed to give people 2 doses of that vaccine? You get one dose, and then you get a second dose.
I don't even really know. I don't really follow it like that.
Well, the way that it works is you get 1 dose, and then after I think a month or something, or some odd weeks, 3 weeks, you get a booster dose. It's kind of like the hepatitis B. You've had that, the hepatitis B.
No, I've never had that.
You had that. I think every American child had that during the 80s.
Okay, is it like the regular?
Yeah, it's so you don't get hepatitis B. It's so you you don't die from not washing your hands.
Tetanus too, right? Tetanus was a big shot.
Tetanus is more simple, but good thing they have that too. If you didn't get a tetanus shot,
it's simple, but if you didn't have it, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That nowadays, you need to get boosters of that too. If you get cut with rust, you're supposed to get a tetanus shot, and then if you get a tetanus shot, you don't need another one until you get rust or you're going to do some dangerous job. Then you should have a booster shot, but you're good for a while. But you can get lockjaw if you get rust in your bloodstream.
People used to get that in the 1800s, right? Mm-hmm. Early 1900s. It was a big thing.
Chickenpox vaccine when things got weird. You and I, when we were kids, we had the chickenpox, right? You've had the chickenpox, haven't you?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So then they created some vaccine, I think, nowadays, that they give some kid a vaccine instead of them just getting chickenpox.
So I didn't know that, but what's your opinion on that then?
On the chickenpox vaccine? I don't know. I think that's pushing the envelope, but this coronavirus vaccine, I have asthma. I go running, playing tennis or something, I start wheezing. But if I take a puff of an inhaler or something, if I'm running around doing something, I recover. So I'm thinking I probably wouldn't do too well if I had the coronavirus. I'd probably get the vaccine. But it's not available to me. Right now, like
Well, it probably will be, eventually.
eventually, like I work in
give
education.
it a little bit of time. Like we didn't
The
even
food
know.
allergy
Like this Corona thing only came around like 10 months ago. It was a big thing. March, last March,
February.
right? So we're in January now. That's 10 months. That's 10 months. And then they only started trying to get a vaccine like 3 months into it or something like that.
Well, they didn't start. They just were like trying to figure that out like right off the bat.
Yeah, I've actually heard stories that they had a vaccine the whole entire time. But that's like, it's different.
You hear a lot of strange stuff.
I heard that actually China had a vaccine the whole time, and they wanted to give it to the United States, but the FDA didn't accept it. So
I don't know about any of that.
They made a vaccine in Wuhan before they even made the virus.
I'm confused with the making the virus part. It's a little loaded.
Well,
I thought they got it from like
the viral research lab is in Wuhan, which is near the wet market, not far from the wet market.
We used to have like a virus island in Connecticut, like New York kind of border area.
What was it called?
Yeah.
It was owned by Pfizer. You can look it up on YouTube.
It was owned by Pfizer. That's funny.
It's
who made the vaccine?
There were all kinds of things. They did like antibiotics was a big thing also.
It's a government-controlled island off of.
So Pfizer.
Well, now it's a bunch of, for lack of better words, like a bunch of Guidos parked their old Camaros there nowadays. It's like this deserted, old '80s muscle car like haven now, where people like bring their prized Camaros and park them.
Z28.
Yeah, it's like a big island of Z28s, misfit Z28s now. The old Pfizer.
And Trans
Am's, Firebirds, all that stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
So
can't beat that, really.
One door closes, another door opens. So
right.
But I saw the program about that island. They do biological warfare research.
Where? Which island?
It's an island off of New York or Connecticut, somewhere.
What is it called?
Pfizer.
Long Island?
Virus Island.
Long Island.
Yeah, Block Island.
Block Island Sound? Block Island?
Gardner Island.
Oh, yeah.
Manhattan. Manhattan is actually an island.
It is.
They were fiddle farting around with weapons-grade anthrax, which originally came from sheep. At the time. Then there's smallpox. Oh, that's bad. Weapons-grade smallpox.
Yeah, there was a lot of diseases back in the day, man.
Well, Dr. Fauci says Ebola is much scarier than COVID-19.
Yeah, well, everything is scarier than COVID-19. All those things that you hear about in history, man. That's like this corona is like 97.999 curable.
I don't think it's curable either. I think once you get it, you're fucked. You gotta like survive it.
The bubonic plague appeared in Western.
Yeah, actually, I didn't mean to say curable, but basically, I think it's a fatality rate.
There's a lot. Did you see how many people died like today?
97.999 or whatever. But among anybody like 65 or younger, it's 99.97777.
I don't know. I don't want to downplay it. I mean, I feel bad for people dying and shit.
What carries leprosy, I heard? Armadillos.
Yeah, I've heard that too. They used to have leper islands.
Armadillo. And the plague appeared in Western China because the Chinese are killing the marmots, which is a wild rodent type animal.
James, it's not equivalent to the plague. It's just not.
Why you don't?
It's not the plague. Not the fucking plague, man.
The plague
Bubonic plague.
comes from the fleas. Well, the plague came from the fleas of the rat.
Yeah. That's what they say. That's
These are marmots. They're rodents.
Yeah.
They're eating. Well, anything that moves is food to a lot of those.
And the bubonic plague came from the Mongols, who came from Asia, which is close to Wuhan, right? So.
You know what the Mongolians use for firewood for heat and for cooking? They use livestock fecal matter because there's a lot of fiber in it. A lot of
Coffee grounds are supposed to scare away rats, and like used coffee grounds scare away mice.
They don't like the smell of it.
They don't like it. You'd think they would eat anything. I mean, they'll eat through any cords on things. They'll eat through rubber cords. Like you'd think they'd eat anything.
My bantam fighting chickens. When I was in high school, I was raising them, and they ate the coffee filters, the grinds, the eggshells, anything you throw on the ground. They ate.
Worms will eat coffee grinds too, and vacuum cleaner bags, jeans, all that kind of stuff.
Amazing. You know they sell taxidermy beetles. That strip apart right to the bone. Like if you want to clean, you want to save the skull of, let's say, a bear or something. You put these beetles in there with the bloody head, and they just consume everything right down to the bone until it's like pearly white. And
now there used to be red food coloring that came from beetles, right?
Yeah. Well, this is a company called CapeCodRoaches.com. It's in New England somewhere, of course, and they have any kind of like feeder insects, worms, and all kinds of stuff.
Florida has the worms that I was talking about, those red wriggler worms, or a lot of vermiculture is popular in Florida, or does well there. Those beetles, I would think that they would be unhappy during the winter, and I thought the same about worms. But based on the way that they live in the ground, basically like in a worm bin, they're pretty productive in the winter. I guess to stave off being cold, they work really hard at turning their black gold out of whatever you fed them.
Yeah, I have a couple of jumbo male Madagascar hissing cockroaches in with one of the scorpions.
Huh.
Yeah.
Hey, really, Jay?
I could take one out and play with it.
You have cockroaches?
No, these are from Madagascar. They're hissing cockroaches. They're big.
Yeah, right. Wow.
Do you breed them?
I fed the female to my big scorpion because I don't want to deal with baby hissers because they climb.
Actually, James, I would like to see it.
They climb.
They climb.
I'm
so
sorry.
What do you do to keep them in the cage?
No, they're in an acrylic enclosure with this other scorpion.
Scorpion or cockroach?
They're well, my brother-in-law breeds the dubias as feeders, and he breeds the hissers. He raises them, so he gives me whatever I want, So
do you have a video of the hissers?
No, I could bring it on the show live. I could just go inside and get one.
Yeah, let's see it. Huh?
Yeah. Let me go get one. Hold on. You guys can.
Wow.
This is gonna be good. I want to see it.
Yeah, why not? I don't know about you. Do you have any pets or anything, Ronnie?
Yeah, I do have two dogs.
Two dogs? Are they small dogs, like beagles, or?
They're Shih Tzus, so they're on a small side of dog sizes.
Interesting. I never had like my own dog or whatever, but in my neighborhood we had like a bunch of fishermen, and one of the old fishermen had a dog, and it was like a neighborhood dog. It would walk around all the time. And I don't know, one day I fed the thing like half a pizza. thing was like my best friend forever.
You gave a dog a half a pizza?
Yeah, I was just hanging out with the thing, and like it was wicked
that's not
friendly.
good. That's
And a couple slices of sausage and mushroom pizza later, the thing loved me for the rest of its life.
He ate the dough and everything.
He ate the whole pizza. He loved it. The only thing that dog didn't like was peas. If you
Peas?
had any kind of food, like I had leftover veal and peas once, the thing ate an entire bowl of veal and peas and spit out every single pea.
Wow, really?
Veal and peas.
So James, what is
All right, you ready?
How you doing, man?
You ready? All right, here we go.
Lay it on us.
Hey, stop it.
Holy shit, that's a cockroach, right?
I think he's got muscles.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm upset. Hold on.
Getting upset. This is a fucking bug in his hands. Jeez. Wow.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Come here. You know what? Put it in the container. It'll be easier.
He probably doesn't usually take him out of the jar. We told him to.
Well, he's pissing. He's pissed off that he was disturbed.
Yeah.
He's nice looking. He's got like a nice body.
If you like my body. Yeah, hold on. They got two horns on the head, the male.
Huh. Very photogenic, that bug.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I could get a female and breed them, but they're climbers, and then, when you're focusing on one, others can get out. And
Well, James, what are you doing with it?
what am I doing? They just hang out.
There's two of them.
The main thing is the scorpion. I just got them because my brother-in-law says, "Hey, you want some?" I go, "All right, I'll take."
So if you lost that one, would you ever go and go get another one?
I got two. There's two of these. I got two of these. I had a female, but I didn't want to breed them, so I fed it. I fed the female to the big scorpion.
Huh. That noise? What is the noise? That's
the hiss. The hisser. Yeah.
What is it? What is that noise? Man?
That's the hiss.
Yeah, it sounds fucked up. I wouldn't want something like that making a hiss in anywhere like where I live.
Yeah, that's the cockroach making the hissing sounds.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put him back.
He's
He's
nice
little rambunctious.
I'm honestly surprised at how friendly looking that bug was.
It was friendly looking, but the noise that it made wasn't friendly.
I thought it was talking to me. I felt like it.
This shit was freaking me out. It was freaking me out when it was making that noise. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm thinking that wasn't even like a distressed noise that it was making. That was like a playful kind of version of it. I'm thinking it could get mad.
No. It wasn't. That was a noise saying like, "Don't fucking fuck with me."
Yeah, back in the day when the internet was a real horrible place, they used to have bugs fighting each other like that, like two bugs like that on YouTube.
Would you watch something like that? I wouldn't think I would be interested in that.
What do you think of dog fights? Would you ever go to a dog fight?
Even that, I don't think so. It's fucking.
I don't think it appeals to me.
I
really.
would feel bad for the dogs, honestly.
What about a chicken fight?
No, even chickens. I feel bad for chickens too.
What about dog races?
Nah, nothing like that.
You don't even think a dog race?
Anytime you're forcing the animal to do something, I don't think that, to just stand around and be a spectator, that's fucked up.
Somebody told me back when they went to a dog race, the dog just walked away. It was like, every 5 of the dogs were running in the line, and then one of the dogs was just like, forget this.
Yeah, and they might they may beat the dog's ass. If they're really if they're assholes. No, that a lot of them do. Especially it was normal back at one time to do stuff like that. So
I don't know. Right now, apparently, dog and like pet. I don't know about pet rights or whatever, but like there's like a boom. It's like the year of the pet was 2020.
yeah, but it's also the year of the corona. So
Yeah, we had a police officer in Massachusetts that was like a dog officer, like a canine cop kind of person.
Oh yeah.
And I guess their dog started like attacking them. And they had to shoot
attacking who? The police?
the police officer just started getting
Really?
attacked by its dog, and he had to just shoot the dog.
Wow. What?
It's been
Fuck.
yeah, people are all mad about it. Like, would you
That's
shoot
crazy.
your partner? Would you shoot your partner if he
Well,
was?
would you shoot your partner?
I don't think a dog is a human being.
I mean, if your dog is attacking you, it depends. It depends. Is he like gonna rip? Like sometimes dogs can get very vicious.
If that dog,
they'll rip your neck out, right?
Honestly, if I like was chasing somebody, like I'm the dog cop and I'm chasing somebody, and the dog starts biting the criminal too much, I would start thinking maybe I got to shoot the thing. You know what I mean? Like if it won't release if it's tearing the guy's neck out.
Yeah. So what if that same animal comes onto you? Right?
I would have shot. They shoot dogs during.
They routinely shoot dogs, right?
Yeah, during like SWAT events and stuff,
but also they have to have a relationship with their dog.
I agree, and there are dogs that you would have that relationship, and then there are people that'll turn on you. The same thing happens in like Afghanistan. When they trained Afghanistani soldiers to work, peacekeeping, they ended up shooting Americans. It was. Remember when that happened at that base? That was really messed up.
I mean, the whole thing is fucking messed up. So
the only positive thing I can think of that's come out of this coronavirus, though, is the school shootings. Have you heard of any school shootings since that's happened?
I guess not. No. I mean, if that's what you pull out of it, that's okay.
I'll drink to that.
Cheers to that.
I was thinking too, like I don't know that one at that Capitol. Apparently, some Capitol police officer guy was bludgeoned to death with a fire extinguisher. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did hear that. But I also heard that some like DC police guy had a gun to some woman's head and killed her.
I mean, was she was attacking him?
No, nothing like that.
Well, why would he just shoot some random person?
Well, that's the one I'm talking about that died. That woman that was like she broke into the, I guess, whatever, she was part of the crowd, but they didn't really show that she was like violent, doing anything bad.
You ever play Lethal Enforcer?
And they just like the only thing you see is that they killed her.
You ever play Lethal Enforcer, the Super Nintendo game? Or the arcade machine?
Actually, I don't think I've ever heard of that.
That was a good one. That's if you ever come across that arcade machine, it's an awesome one. You play the cop.
You know what? I wasn't a big arcade player. I was more the just play in your house. Like,
that was the best thing about that game was you could rent it and it would come with the gun, the light gun. And it was one of those games where you're like, it's like you're on rails and you got all the gangsters are shooting at you.
Yeah. So it's like you're cheating, right?
And you shoot the hostage by mistake, and it's like hostage.
Yeah. I know exactly. I know exactly what you're saying.
So that happens.
What happens? I'm not sure.
I don't know, James. I think we're after midnight here. I might have to have a midnight snack or something, and maybe we call it night. Maybe get back in. I don't know.
A midnight snack?
Yeah, midnight snack. Eric told me he was still at the recording studio, so he was with the band tonight.
Doing his
Yeah.
rock and roll thing.
Eric is first of all, James. Listen, Eric is too cool to ever like join this stream. He's a famous rock and roll star.
No, he's joined many times. It's just that.
Yeah, but sometimes he just doesn't have time. He's gotta go do his celebrity thing.
Yeah. Well, he's not doing a gig. If he does a gig, he's not around at all. They're doing rehearsal.
When's he gonna take off in Japan? Wasn't that always a thing? People were big in Japan.
What happened in Japan, right? now you can't even go to China. How are you gonna go to Japan?
If you have the talent, they might let you go.
Is it you think right now there's a problem with international flights, right? Like if a friend of mine internationally wants to come here, there'll be a problem because of
There's gonna be a riot.
Riot?
The condo next door, they live in China, or I don't know.
The condo next door.
They're over in China now too. I've been watching the tires slowly go flat on their van that's been parked there for a year.
What is that? Is that a show?
But they're nice. They're really nice people. I was changing the drive belt on a Honda once in the driveway, and this lady came out. And she was just like fascinated. She's really friendly, and she wears like these one-piece pajama things, and she grows like cucumbers in her backyard. Always really friendly. So I mean, I watched this friendly neighbor retreat, to China during all this pandemic, and I hope they're doing well. I hope they're doing all right.
Taiwan is doing great. They have one of the lowest COVID-19 numbers in the world. They're like,
hey, actually, Florida is doing really good.
Taiwan, but they're strict. Yeah, like Singapore is strict.
Florida is actually doing the best in the whole country.
Florida? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Florida's better than California.
California is a wreck, and New York is a wreck too. Florida is leading the country in responsible reopenings, right? Leading the whole country.
With that Chubsy governor of yours, he's really.
Hey man, this guy is doing a good fucking job, man. I think you got to give him some credit, man. After this whole year of bullshit, he has stuck it out.
A lot of your shit is outdoor, 24 hours a day, 7 days.
Right, exactly.
So you could be skirting by all this. You'd think they'd be doing better in California, but I think it might be their public.
Well, California too it's not the whole state, but the southern part of the state has hot weather also.
Well, it's heavily populated. California's got a huge population.
They got the traffic problem. You got to sit on a bus to get to essential things. It's just awful.
It's the same way in Florida. It's the same exact way.
You sit in traffic.
See, it's the same exact way in Florida. There's no public transit system at all.
No, there's not. They tried to put an Amtrak going down to Miami, and they stopped it.
Yeah, they're still talking about it. They're still talking about that.
Well, Amtrak is a dinosaur anyway, because I've seen the bullet trains that they have.
Oh, those are sweet.
Europe and China.
No, James, they're talking about it still right now. They're saying actually this year they might put through a train from Tampa to Orlando. A high-speed train that gets you there in like 30 minutes, but it's going to be $100 a ride.
You mean like a monorail, like
yeah.
Well, why don't they just go straight across to Daytona, go from Tampa?
I think they're trying to start. They're making inroads,
right.
Little by little,
and then go have one going north to south from.
But they just haven't done it yet.
Jacksonville, Daytona, St. Augustine, blah 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 blah. Go all the way down West Palm Beach. all the way down to Miami. And well, not Key West, but no, that'll be tough because it's narrow.
Yeah, how do you get over the waterways and all that? And,
Yeah,
the
water.
I mean, you get close. You can get close down there, and then you're good enough, I would say.
Yeah. The only highway is Route 1. The only road there.
Get to mile 0 and then put together, what do you call it?
There's the A1A. The highway is the A1A. It takes you all the way to Key West.
Yeah.
If you're on the East Coast, you take the I-95 all the way into Florida, and then you're gonna transfer to the A1A. A1A goes all the way south into Key West.
My aunt and uncle lived on Marathon.
You ever had that smoked fish dip they have out in the Key West, Ronnie?
What?
They've got this smoked fish dip. It's so delicious. It's like a Key West thing.
I never went to Key West, but I want to.
They eat it on crackers there. I've seen it. Like I saw it in Daytona Beach.
I never had dip. I've been to.
Have you ever been to Key West, James?
No, I've been to Key West, the Key, because my aunt and uncle lived on the Keys, so I've been there many times. But
yeah, how many times?
Big Pine Key, Duck Key. There's a whole bunch of keys. I mean, there. Isla Mirada is where the only real fun resort is. Isla.
Now, how do they spell key? Isn't it like pronounced K?
K-E-Y-S.
No, K's are little keys.
They're like little keys is a K?
Yeah, it's called the K, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. It's nice though, but the problem is hurricanes. You got to evacuate the Keys when there's a big hurricane coming. That's the only thing.
If that's the only problem, then you really can't. There's nothing to complain about it, unless you're going to complain about a hurricane.
No, I mean,
and who's going to complain about a hurricane?
You got to evacuate the Keys when there's a hurricane.
Okay. Maybe you wear a mask when there's a fucking hurricane.
Wear a mask, a hurricane mask,
hurricane lantern.
Maybe. Well, if you wear a mask, like you'll be safe.
Oh yeah, what is
still hanging out over there? And that's Puerto Rico's right near you too. That's not too far away.
Yeah.
Who's that little guy? That actor guy? He was always over there. The Fast Times Ridgemont High guy.
The plane?
No, not him.
The plane boss. He committed suicide.
He did?
Yeah, he videotaped it too. Village, the midget that was on his Fantasy on.
He must have been in pain or something because I don't know. Like Beetlejuice and all that on the Howard Stern show. He lived his whole life out until he, died of alcoholism.
Crackhead Bob, High Pitch Eric, Beetlejuice. The Whack Pack. I remember. I was in Puerto Rico once. It was interesting. It was in
Sean Penn, that's his name. He seems to have kind of taken a shine to that island and was trying to get it all back on track after it's that big hurricane they had.
Took a shine to it. My friend went to Cuba when he was living with his girlfriend. They both went to Cuba and he loved it. He went to Havana.
You can go for educational reasons, or like with school, or if she's Canadian, or if he's Canadian, they could go.
No, he flew there. Yeah, how did he fly there?
If it was educational, he could have gone.
Well, I have a yearning for the education of Cuban food and salsa dancing.
Well, maybe if you get some university to book the flight for you, you can make it work.
Hot air balloon.
Yeah, a beautiful balloon.
The beautiful balloon.
Oh yeah. I'm getting ready to get down with the mamas and the papas here soon.
The mamas and the papas?
Yeah, I'm getting a tad bit hungry.
I like the Mamas and the Papas.
They're a great band. They got that great song.
California Dreaming.
Yeah, that's a good one. But what's
Yeah.
that other one? The night one. The
Hey, look at this one.
But he's getting fat except Mama K.
Sour IPA.
you get a 6-pack of those?
Yeah, we got a 6-pack.
Or did they? I thought you couldn't get 6-packs in Florida. You had to get 4-packs.
Oh no, that's not true.
You gotta bring that. You gotta.
That's only. You know what that is? That's only for the macro beers.
Weird.
You
Yeah.
gotta-
So I can't get a 6-pack of macro beers in Florida, but I can get a 6-pack of craft beers.
What about a 12 or 24-pack of macro?
Yeah, I can get a 12. I can get a
Okay.
12. But I can't get a 6-pack. I can't get a 6-pack of 12-ounce beers. But I can get a 4-pack of 16-ounce beers. Like how freaking? That's what the law is. How stupid is that?
Strange.
It's quite strange. Yeah.
I haven't been to Florida in a long time. Do they have medical marijuana there yet?
No.
Yeah, medical marijuana is legal.
Oh, they do have medical. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. But they're very strict on recreational. Like if they catch you and you don't have a medical card, you can get into big trouble. Florida's not a state to fuck around with.
That's too bad. Because it's like a vacation state,
Yeah, well, the thing that a lot of people say is like you come on vacation, you leave on like probation. People say that shit. They've been saying that for a long. I don't know if that's totally true.
A friend of mine got in trouble for public drinking there. We couldn't believe it. We were all drinking beers out of Solo cups. Cop came and said, "Hey, you can't drink on the beach," and then walked away. So we all finished our beers. But then her boyfriend came walking over with a beer, and it gave her another beer. So she's standing there drinking it real quick, and the cops come over and arrest her and the boyfriend.
Wow.
So
so it sounds like there's a lot of like corruptness going on. It depends who you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say.
Your headphones are working perfectly, Ronnie S. There's no staticky noise, no nothing.
Oh really? You serious?
Yeah, like last time was going shh.
No, that wasn't me. That was Nina.
That must have been one of your Beatles.
No, it wasn't the book.
Yeah, that was your Beatles.
These headphones have been working pretty well for me. These are old school. Classic.
No, actually, it was the Beatles. The bug. Remember, the bug was making that noise.
But I'm gonna probably call it a night. Maybe have a slice of pizza.
I'm getting hungry.
I think I was calling it a minute ago, and then probably call it a night. But it was fun hanging out with you guys in the show tonight. I'm glad it was kind of a free for all.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a good time.
Well, that's the experimental format. It's just to let it flow.
Yeah, let yourself go, slow and low. That is the tempo.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what 16th, Saturday. I don't know.
What's the 16th? What's going on?
I got some stuff on Craigslist, and I got some interest in it, and I'm heading toward Connecticut probably on Sunday.
What is it?
I don't know. I've always got some stereo equipment on old Craigslist. I like my old hi-fi equipment, and sometimes I like to put some stuff on Craigslist and clean house and get some new stuff in.
Stereos used to be a big piece of furniture.
Yeah, I don't know. I still have some speakers that are pretty big pieces of furniture. I've got this set of Bertagni speakers right now that are they're not pistons. They're instead of being a piston, like speaker pushes out with the magnet. They have a magnet on the back, but it's like a whole piece of 1970s foam with like the coils of the speaker all built into it. It's called a sound panel. And you know how like a piano has that big grand piano front on it, like the panel, and it makes all the sound kind of emanates from the panel. These speakers are sound panels, kind of like the big board of a piano, and they sound really realistic with piano music and like drums and stuff. Stuff that's really like they're called what do they call them? Electrostatic speakers are one thing. These are geostatic speakers. So I got somebody interested in those. I'm hoping they come through and buy them on Sunday because they're like 5 feet tall.
Wow.
Yeah, they're big suckers. I've got a Nyko receiver that I'm going to pair those with.
I sold a lot of things on Craigslist and also some things on Let Go, the app Let Go.
Yep.
On Let Go, mostly Craigslist, but you know, you get a lot of people that try to get everything for free, but you know, eventually you'll get normal customers and they just pay it. They just come and
A lot of people on Craigslist are just trying to get rid of stuff, and they'll hook up the person who was trying to get it. You know, if you show a sincere interest in something, they say if you're trying to haggle for something and you really want it, then instead of trying to haggle first, you should try to show a sincere interest in it first before haggling. And you know, money is one thing, but a genuine, you know, good home for an item is valuable in its own sense. I want to get my sister an aquarium, like a saltwater, a small, like one of those saltwater aquariums.
I used to have a nano reef,
Mm-hmm.
the live rock, and I had sea grape, aquatic plants, saltwater called sea grape. And what I noticed is, you know, I had some green chromis, a yellow tang. I had a chocolate chip starfish, which I had a lot of fun having because when the starfish, they come to the top and they break the water and they take one of their stars, their legs, and they lean backward.
Really?
You put the fish, I used to get frozen smelts and defrost them, and you drop the smelt right in his opening, you know, where he's leaning back, and then he grabs the fish and goes back down, brings it to the bottom, starts eating it. And they look just like a chocolate chip cookie. If you Google them, they have these like they're like beige, you know, like sandy colored, and they have these little bumps that look like chocolate chips, and they're called chocolate chip starfish, and they're great, but very predatory.
Now I've heard those can be their eyes, though. Aren't they their eyes that are on, like, you know?
This thing was predatory. This thing, and then the thing that was interesting about getting live rock, which they actually farm raise them, you know, in like Tahiti and everything. You know, they'll take like they'll make like fake jagged rock out of concrete.
Okay.
They'll put it where in shallow water, and then all the marine life starts building up. But I ended up with an anemone that I didn't have to buy. There was a young anemone, and then it grew. And I used to throw the fish in the middle of the anemone, and then the tentacles would close over the fish and then bring it into the center. Then I had what they call soft coral. It's like a living creature that eats plankton and, you know, whatever. I had what they call a Christmas tree soft coral, and it was white and it was shaped like a Christmas tree. I had a lot of things. I always wanted to get seahorses, but you have to buy those live brine shrimp.
Okay.
You got to get live brine shrimp.
That's all they eat?
Yeah. And it's funny how the males take care of the young. You know, like I call them a beta. They're a typical beta male of the ocean. You know, they're carrying the babies, and I said, well, I said, you wussy. You know, I used to see them, but there's different seahorses. They actually have big ones that live in cold water in the north. You don't need a heater.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many different varieties, but I always thought they were pretty cool. And I think jellyfish are extremely interesting.
Mm-hmm.
By the way they have that mysterious look, you know, the
Can
way
you have a pet jellyfish?
I don't even know if they're available, but you have
I think so.
to give them the plankton. You have to put.
They're so seasonal too. They only come here for like a few scattered weeks throughout the summer. It's like jellyfish season.
Yeah, like they have in Florida. You got to be careful. They have the Portuguese man of war.
What's up with those? Why are those so horrible? They're so dangerous. You just get covered.
And it's the venom. They'll put you in a hospital with when they sting you.
Now you get like poisoned by them, or you just have like a rash. Like
They're big.
Mhm.
They balloon at the surface, and you see this balloonish bluish white thing floating on the surface, and that's them. And underneath the balloon is like long tentacles that go way down many feet. And when a fish hits it, these little needles go into the fish, sting it, and then the tentacle starts rising with the fish towards the body where the mouth is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, they're big and they'll give you a bad burn. But I'm just saying, there's jellyfish that are not that bad, and I don't know why they don't sell them, because they should be easy to harvest. They really should be. There's a jellyfish farm in Japan. They farm this certain jellyfish because it has an ecological importance. It does something. I saw it on Travel Channel.
Speaking of jelly, and we were talking about pollen earlier, and we were talking about bee wax, I think it was, or bee honey.
Raw honey with the honeycomb in it.
There's a jelly from bees.
Yeah, royal jelly.
What is up with royal jelly?
Royal jelly is a flower pollen extract where the bees extract the nutrients from the bee pollen, and they make royal jelly, the worker bees.
Yeah.
And only the queen is allowed to eat it. Only the queen. What they do is a queen is not born. A queen is made. They feed a worker bee larva royal jelly. Only royal jelly. And a metamorphosis takes place where the worker bee larva becomes a queen.
Okay.
Because of the royal jelly. Otherwise, it would just be born as a worker bee, which are all female, as opposed to the drones. Now, once it's born, it's a queen because of the royal jelly. And royal jelly is supposed to be really powerful. It's expensive. I mean,
it's real expensive. They sell it almost in candy form.
Well, you can get capsules.
Version.
You can get the freeze-dried YNS, bee farms.
I've seen the ginseng before, sold in little capsules with the straws on the side.
I used to get that in the Asian market.
Yeah.
It was red ginseng extract with royal jelly. And sometimes I had a problem. I would pull that metal thing to take the cap off, and it would break on me. So then I would have to pop it, and you know how we used to. The straw takes too long. I used to put it on my tongue and bounce it like this, with my head up, and it'll all come out. And let me tell you, it's effective.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the bee pollen with the boron and the zinc and everything I'm taking now, I definitely feel a difference.
It's a good endorsement.
Huh?
That's a good endorsement right there.
Yeah. I mean, I know bee pollen, any bee product is good for hormonal situations. Like this propolis is the antibiotic for the beehive. They use this tree sap from the poplar tree, and they make this substance called propolis. And propolis is the, I guess, the flavonoids.
Okay.
From the tree sap, and it's an antibiotic. But they have like blends where they have propolis, royal jelly, bee pollen. Sometimes ginseng is combined with the royal jelly and the bee pollen. Yeah, if you go on like Google or Amazon and you just type it in, I mean, you'll see all kinds of companies.
There's different colors of ginseng too, and different age groups that benefit from different colors. I don't know.
Well, white ginseng, according to Taoist traditional Chinese medicine, white ginseng has more yin, which is a cooling effect. It's better for women. Red ginseng is more yang, which is heat. It's better for men. The larger the root, the older it is. Also more expensive. So the ginseng takes at least 6 to 7 years to mature before you can harvest it.
Okay.
Now, ginseng root doesn't like the sun. It grows in forests, in the shade.
When you pick ginseng, you're supposed to snap the root off and replant it, right?
Well, that's a good question. Do they cut most of the root and then stick the rest back in the soil? I know in Wisconsin, they farm raise ginseng, and they grow them under like a canvas, like a tarp.
Okay.
Because ginseng needs to be in the shade. And all I know is it takes 6 to 7 years before you can harvest it.
Holy cow. There's also a gold or amber ginseng that's supposed to be good for elderly people, like supposed to be easier to process, like your body to metabolize or something.
Yeah. Ginseng means man root. It's shaped like a human.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
I have some photos on my Holistic Health Talk section of my Facebook page, and I have all these photos of ginseng roots. And let me tell you, some of them are shaped just like a human. Yeah, and they get, some of them are very old. Some of them, ginseng can live a long time, but those are expensive because the potency is more concentrated with the older ginseng root. Same thing with ginger. If you go to the market and you want ginger root, it's better to get one of the largest root there than to get several smaller ginger roots, because the big one is the oldest and it's the strongest in flavor.
I wonder if it's the same with horseradish.
Most likely, if the horseradish is in the ground years longer and it's big, yeah, it's pretty powerful. I used to when I used to get this roast beef sandwich, there was a kosher market near where I worked, and I used to go to the deli, and I used to get the rare roast beef on rye bread with horseradish and mayonnaise, ground horseradish and black pepper. And what I liked about the kosher deli was they weren't stingy like the Italian deli. They gave me, I had this much roast beef in the sandwich. I go, this is beautiful.
I love a roast beef sandwich.
This is beautiful. It was nice and red, and it was like, it was like, they processed their meat, their livestock are killed a certain way. They bleed them out. It was tasty. But horseradish is great on roast beef. It's great on certain sausages.
I love it on kibasi for sure.
Yeah, actually, that's what I'm going to cook when I close out the show. I have a cast iron skillet. I'm gonna do 2 kielbasis. I cut them so they're about that long. So
okay, you boiling them first, or they?
No, they're
smoked already.
I put them in a Ziploc and freeze them, but I put it right in the pan. And I have a dome cover that I put on it because I don't want it spatter all over the stove.
I don't blame you.
Then I got to clean the stove. Yeah, so I have this dome metal lid, which is like the kind you put on a wok, and it heats up fast.
I bet.
Yeah.
So you blister yours. You like it all, the skin all blistered.
Yeah, I let the skin get blistery, and I wait for it to crack a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, some of the stuff with thick skin, you really need to do that too. But
yeah, I like the snap when you have a good casing. Same thing with the Frankfurters. The Black Angus ones, but they're footlongs.
Okay.
And they're grass-fed Black Angus, no hormones, no antibiotics, blah blah blah, and all that stuff. But you could taste the difference.
You can. You totally can.
You eat a ballpark. You eat a supermarket hot dog, which I call roadkill hot dog. But you could taste the difference in quality. Of course, you pay more for the good stuff, but you like knockwurst?
Knockwurst? I don't have a lot of experience with knockwurst. Those are what, right? Like they usually are very veal.
It's a German sausage. It's got a nice flavor. The Polish make it too. They have
veal, right? It's a young beef.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to say it's a big fat Frankfurter, but it's pretty. That's pretty much what it is.
I like mortadella a lot, like in the Italian community. Like the bologna version.
I like capicola. I like prosciutto. Now mortadella has these blobs of fat.
Yes.
Now, what does morto means death? What does it mean? Dead pig?
I possibly dead and cured pig. Lydia Bastianich, she's like Italian. She might be Polish, or not Polish, Russian.
She's half Croatian.
Croatian, okay. She said that she likes to toast, I think she called it like panino or something, like thin sliced bread, all toasted, extremely hot, crostini, and she will put mortadella on the hot, crusty bread, and it'll actually melt the fat, those circles of white. They'll melt into the bread. I've never done that before, but I assume when you get a toasted Italian grinder that has mortadella on it, the fat would melt.
Well, my sister during holidays, she puts out chunks of very sharp imported provolone and super salami. Yeah, it's a different Italian salamis, in chunks. So I can put on a whole wheat cracker. I'll put
Sounds good to me.
the provolone, and sometimes I'll do 2 crackers. But my brother-in-law buys this freshly baked rolls from this Mexican bakery.
Okay.
And it's like a Portuguese roll.
I like those with the cheese.
It's got the powder on the outside, the flour. It's a very crusty, crispy crust, and man, is it delicious! You could taste. There's something about this ethnic bread, the freshly made rolls. I said, let me tell you, you go there, I'll buy a couple dozen off you. What I'll do is I'll cut them in half, put them in a Ziploc, and freeze them.
Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I just went to Costco the other day and bought croissants. Put them in a bag and froze the majority of them.
You could do the same thing with a bagel or a dozen bagels.
Croissants, though, they thaw out so fast. You just take the frozen thing, you take your serrated knife, slice it open, fold it in half, and toaster oven, toasted like broil or whatever, and
Yeah.
I
got those infomercial serrated knives that cut through everything. I got my friend gave me brand new Ginsu. Remember the Ginsus?
Yep, the Ginsu. I've been hook, line, and sinker for those at the whatever trade show you're at.
Let me tell you, sharp, man. The Ginsus are very sharp.
What, the guy in the commercial, he sawed through a hammer with those.
I know, but it's good when you wanna cut through something that's frozen.
Mm-hmm.
it comes in handy. But I remember that commercial. But it works. It works. I mean, I got knife sharpeners for like, real commercial knives. I mean, I can sharpen them, but
we had a ceramic knife for a while, like a nice white ceramic knife, and I think it's about done. It's got to go. It's got a chip in it now.
right. I still got my one of my exes, the Colombian, brought me a machete from Colombia. I still got it. It has the etching of two fighting roosters facing each other.
You think that would be a Portuguese blade with the roosters?
I guess they all do the cockfighting, Latin America. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. The sheath is like a Native American leather sheath, very fancy style.
I like the little bead work that Native Americans do. You don't see a lot of that.
I'll show you the bead work. Hold on. I think it's bead work.
But yeah, some of that really fine papoose, beadwork kind of stuff is pretty impressive.
Okay. Let me.
It's got a fancy sheath.
Hold on. All right. It's the bottom, right?
Huh.
Okay.
Woo! Look at that thing. Very nice. Very fancy. Almost Polish looking with those roosters on it.
Yeah. Right. That's the company in Calma.
All right.
From Colombia, yeah. So
Pretty neat.
Yep. But I'm impressed with the sheath.
Heck yeah, that's real nice.
Yeah. Definitely Native American, South American Indian.
Aboriginal.
Didgeridoo. Or a didgeridoo.
Didgeridoo, do what you gotta do.
Wouldn't it be funny if I blew a didgeridoo on Jay Terrio's show? That would be
Do you have one? I don't think those are as easy as you think. Like,
it's like a tune.
I think it's more difficult. It's not just blowing air through it. You might need to like produce some of that tone yourself. It's like playing the clarinet. You need to really like have the reed done.
You mean like the bagpipes? You have to get it started.
You have to do it right.
Yeah, like with the bagpipes, I think they fill it with air. I think they fill the bag with air, and then they slowly squeeze the air out little by little, and they play it. I think that's how it works. You play the bagpipes because you're Scottish.
I've got no experience with bagpipes or the squeeze box either. I think I do have an appreciation for the accordion.
Oh, the concertina.
Yes. That's a beautiful instrument. My grandfather had one, and I guess it was a total like piece of pride of his. And my mother, her best friend growing up, had a boyfriend who was like a major musician or something. He asked to borrow borrow the squeeze box for some event, and never brought it back.
Oh my God!
So it never. My grandfather never had another one. Never pursued it or anything.
I mean, if you know how to play it, it's a really a nice instrument. If you know how to play it. I still say the guitar has to be the king. I like the violin too, but I think the guitar is pretty much the king of all instruments.
I had a friend who just could play any horn instrument, and she could play any song, by ear. on like a recorder, or I think she played the flute or something along those lines, or the clarinet.
She played clarinet, trumpet, saxophone.
And I was always just so impressed by the way that she could take to any instrument like that.
What about the recorder? I always liked those wooden flutes, the recorder.
Mm-hmm. I always wanted that panpipe thing, you know, with a whole bunch of little tubes and, you know, kind of xylophone shape.
Yeah, the pan flute.
Mm-hmm.
I like that Middle Ages, you know, sound. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not, I used to play harmonica. I'm not that bad. I'm actually pretty good.
The harmonicas, some people don't like the harmonica. They think it has, like, you know, a very intrusive noise. My sister doesn't like the harmonica, so that's why I'm bringing that up. Personally, I think that the harmonica can add a very pleasant, you know, change in tone to a lot of things. And I like when what was that guy? Van Morrison. You know, like the Blues Travelers or any of that kind of stuff. Like, I think it's very, it's perfectly, it complements that style of music very well. The Juice Harper, you actually play one of those.
I also play the African djembe drum.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, not at this hour, but yeah, I got a big drum.
That you know, the ringtone that was popular for a really long time on all the iPhones, marimba, I think it's called. That's an instrument in itself. It's kind of like a xylophone, and I guess that the tonality of that phone is supposed to be very similar to what you get from the. I wish I knew the exact name, but another very interesting instrument along those lines. I also really like that thing. It's like shaped like a fish and has the scales on the side, and you can drag the stick across the scales. It kind of makes like a scraping noise. It's pretty neat.
So many unusual instruments from different cultures around the world.
Like the castanets are neat.
Yeah. What about the Japanese have and the Chinese have this guitar? What is it? You call it samisen, I think.
I don't know if I know that one.
It's a very long neck kind of guitar that's played where it lies flat in front of them.
Oh, that's cool. Like there's a country music guitar that's not a steel guitar, but very similar.
A mandolin?
It's similar to that also, but it's basically a guitar / piano. You play like it has pedals and stuff, and you play the guitar on your lap.
Yeah. Well, let me show you my drum real quick.
All right. Holy moly.
Hold on. It's made of mahogany and goatskin.
Nice. Now, I've heard of anthrax coming from those kinds of drum skins. Have you ever heard of that before?
No. Yeah, I can't. I want to play it. It's very loud. I played it last year, and the Catholic Church wanted me to join the singers and the musicians for Christmas entertainment. They wanted me to. The priest, Father Jose, wanted me to play my drum, so I played with the entertainment for the Christmas holiday, and I have a picture of me in church with the drum.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was loud though. It was like the whole, like the stained glass windows, like felt like they were vibrating. I mean, when I really, I was just tapping it. When I really hit it, I mean, it's pretty loud. So
this is just the acoustics of the building. There was no amplification.
I think it's the goblet or hourglass shape of the drum, but I read the history of it. They used it in the Mali Empire of West Africa to communicate with the villages.
Okay.
sending drum signals to be able to send messages between the villages. But if I played it during the art festival in Patterson with the performer I mentioned. One guy had a violin, the other guy does like creative mime with like lights. He does it like a mime dance with the lights and everything.
Okay.
Played the drum in the museum. They have a historic museum, like early American or Industrial Revolution.
Okay.
It's like an American historic museum. So they had an art once a year. They have an art walk festival, and they have rock bands. They had Middle Eastern belly dancing. They had a lot of rock bands, and they had all these artisans that specialize in different forms of art. It was a lot of fun. So I played in the museum, and they have the national. This museum has the National Colt Firearms exhibit because the Wild West, the Colt.
Mm-hmm. The gun that won the West or whatever.
Yeah, Samuel Colt was from Patterson, New Jersey, which I was born there. He was from the guns were made in Patterson, New Jersey. So they have the Colt firearm exhibit, and then they have a Lou Costello memorial tribute because he was from Patterson, and and then they have the newest national park, the Great Falls. It's like
Okay.
the largest falls to Niagara.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, that's right next door to the museum. But when I played it, I got it on YouTube. I'll send you the video.
I'll check it out. That sounds like a good one.
Playing in a museum. It was a long time ago.
They have in I think it's China those drums, the kudu drums or I think they're kudu drums or kobo drums. They're really cool. They have a huge sound. It's like just this giant drum. Yes, those.
They hit it on both sides.
Mm-hmm. I have a CD of that music, and back when I was really into car audio, I had a couple of big 12-inch like subwoofers and an amplifier made by this guy up in your neck of the woods, Zed. Stephen Mance was his name. And he was the like renaissance of car audio amps at the time. And I don't know, I could never really find music that I like needed a lot of bass. And I had this one CD of those like Chinese drums, and it was just like something. It really had a great sound. It was like a very audiophile recording of those. It was really neat.
I've seen it. It's very similar to the drums that in Japan during the samurai shogun.
The shogun.
Yeah, era. I didn't know. Speaking of Japanese, I didn't know Ralph Macchio was on the Cobra Kai series on Netflix.
Oh yeah, he's like they're trying to make him the bad guy on that show.
Really? Because they were in it. They were on The View. The blonde kid.
Okay, yeah.
And him. They were on, and they were saying what a huge hit this Cobra Kai is.
I watched the first couple seasons of that show. They were it was pretty good. Yeah. The second season wasn't as good as the first season, but might be one of those shows where like the third season was really good because everyone's still talking about it,
Is Ralph Macchio play an older version of the kid?
It's the same characters. It's just like a few years later. He's a father now.
More than a few years. Huh? When he's with Pat Morita, with Mr. Miyagi, so he plays the same kid, and of course the blonde-haired kid plays the character from Karate Kid. And,
it still takes place in the Valley, in California, or was it in New Jersey? Because they were originally from New Jersey and they moved out to California. The show might actually I'm not even sure where it takes place. It either takes place in California or Jersey.
No, it takes place in Southern California, but the kid, the other one, says that his children have never seen the Karate Kid movies. They want to see it, but he's embarrassed, or he doesn't want to show his kids for some reason.
Because he was kind of they say that he was the bully in that movie.
Well, he was the bully because the sensei, he kept pushing him to be a bully.
Mm-hmm.
Does he play like a different? Is he still a bad guy?
Depends on your point of view. It's very situational. It just goes to show you how open to personal interpretation a lot of that angle is. Is he a bad guy? Is he the good guy? Who is the good guy? Was the blonde kid even bad to begin with? Was it just, the way that you interpreted that movie at the time? Maybe he was doing the best he could. Maybe Daniel was the aggressor in some ways. Maybe he's the aggressor today.
Yeah, well, Daniel's son was a pain in the ass in the movie.
He was.
He kept on nagging everybody. He kept on nagging.
Stole that guy's girlfriend.
Yeah, show me how to sweep, and Miyagi hands him a broom. What's the secret of Miyagi's karate? Then he hands him the drum, the little toy.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Wax on, wax off. Yeah, that was pretty good.
I liked that movie a lot. And it personally, it was like a September kind of movie, and it had all that time period in the summer with him, moving to California with the mother. I see that movie as like a late August kind of September situation. That I always enjoyed watching that movie in that time period of that time of year.
Well, the kid was saying that they asked Whoopi Goldberg asked him how was it working with Pat Morita. He says, "Oh, the guy used to give me a lot of advice. He helped me a lot. He was originally came from doing stand-up comedy."
Really?
Yeah, and then he got into acting, and he says though, but in between doing the scenes, he would start cracking jokes, like he would start making farting sound effects, and he was like a very funny guy, and they enjoyed working with him and everything. Yeah, I remember he was the first Arnold on Happy Days.
Oh yeah, they say an interesting side is that Daniel's son is older now than Mr. Miyagi was during those movies.
Wow. Yeah, because he was 30 years old when he did the Karate Kid, I think.
And he was so exotic, by Hollywood standards, being, an Asian American or immigrant or whatever his nationality was, if that's even what's important. But just the way depicted.
He did an Odd Couple episode.
He did? He was in the Odd Couple?
Yeah, he was a friend of Felix Unger from World War II. He was a Japanese soldier on an island by himself, and he thought the war was still going on, and Felix was on the island, and they met there, and then they made the mistake of opening up a Japanese restaurant together, and Felix like drove the cook nuts. He quit. He quit. The chef quit. Yeah.
Now there was an actual soldier in Vietnam that recently they encountered him and tried to explain to him that the war has been over for X amount of time. And I think the reason they actually had to contact the guy was because he was killing people. Like somebody in like a military uniform from nowadays was walking in the woods, and this Vietnam soldier who, you know, has been going since the 60s or 70s, just came out of the woods and fought the, you know, modern day soldier and defeated him. And, you know, they found his dead body. And there was always talk about there being this soldier still, you know, fighting the war. So they eventually managed to communicate with the guy and say, you know, the war has been over. And I guess at that point he finally decided to, like, you know, believe them. And they pardoned him for, you know, killing that soldier because, you know, what did he know? War is just horrifying.
Well,
sometimes I like to, I don't like to, but I find myself wondering what was worse, like World War II, participating in World War II as a soldier, or being like a Vietnam soldier. And they always say that the average soldier in Vietnam was 19 years old, whereas the average soldier in World War II was a good bit older. Mm-hmm. I also wonder, like, what was more humane, equipment wise. I feel like Vietnam had helicopters and stuff, and I don't know about you, but I'm afraid of helicopters as is. During peacetime, I would be afraid to ride in a helicopter.
They had to deal with the jungle.
Mm-hmm.
Vietnam has so many different varieties of poisonous snakes that go up in the trees. They would fall on people. There's tigers in Vietnam. There's the Vietnamese, the Viet Cong used to hide in tunnels and just pop up out of a rabbit hole and start, you know, shooting.
We were the peacekeepers during that war also, whereas, you know, in Germany or, throughout Europe, you had other ethnic groups, other countries and all of that, you know, fighting in the war. But, you know, we were so fish out of water in Vietnam, Americans over there, just the culture shock of everything. It just, I don't know. It's really, it's not, you know, who's who, who's stronger, who had it worse. But it's interesting to wonder, like, you know, where would you have rather have been? And I'm sure nobody would rather have been in any war.
War is war. Death is death.
It's scary.
I mean, it's war in general. I mean, there was really no interest for the United States worth sending troops over there, you know, to die. I mean, there's what natural resources did Vietnam have and Cambodia have for the United States? I mean, some say there's offshore drilling going on there for oil. I don't know. I mean, I don't see any justifiable reason for that. I know the French were there. I think the British.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't do too well with the guerrilla warfare in the jungle. It just didn't work out for them, so they got beat. The United States lost, and the rest is history. You know.
Did you ever see that movie, The Deer Hunter?
Yeah, I remember that. That's.
I can't get into that movie. I've tried watching it a couple of times, and it just got so weird with all that Russian roulette aspect of the movie. Did you ever see any of that with the underground aspect of, like, all the Russian roulettes, you know, spinning the barrel of the gun stuff going on?
You mean the prisoner of war?
Were they prisoners of war doing that, or I thought they were like in there by their own free will? It was like their interest or something. There were
crazy.
It was pretty wild, yes.
Yeah, war. What's it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. So anyway,
and war was pretty good too. I like them.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna go rustle up something to eat.
So what do you think we should do? Should we call it a night here on the old telecast?
Yeah, like Ronnie must have fell asleep.
I'm thinking he passed out.
Passed
Well, I've
out.
been trying to hang in there for him to come back, but we're after 1 a.m. here. I think we covered some factoid, some interesting content here. We I don't know. I feel like a lot of us are afraid to address, the elephant in the room with, what happened at the Capitol building and all of that. Nobody really wants to.
I mean, I didn't get a chance to talk about it because, Ronnie wanted to talk about other things, and it's hard. It's difficult because it's not like a debate where, okay, Nina, you already has 3 minutes. You got the floor.
Mhm.
Everybody else is muted. All right, now Ronnie has 3 minutes. And then sometimes if you have something in your mind and you're ready to say it, if you don't get to say it within a certain amount of time, you forget.
It breaks down on you.
Or you just forget because other subjects come up. Now, as far as what happened in Washington, it's quite obvious that it's kind of an inside job because some of the Republican congressmen gave an escort tour with some of the MAGA people with the red hats a day or two before the revolution, so to speak, the invasion, and in some of the Democrats, like in their office, like some of the squad members, like the one from Massachusetts, Presley, she found the security buttons disengaged or torn out. Like, in other words, they have these emergency buttons in their office. Well, they were mysteriously gone and disengaged. So they suspect, and it's being investigated, that there are some of the right-wing congressmen were accomplices in this, and some of the Capitol police that opened the door and waved them in, come on down, are also accomplices. And they have evidence to prove it. So now they're afraid. Even some Republicans are afraid of the crazy Republicans, the Trump followers, that because they voted in favor of impeachment, now they're afraid of what they might do if there's another attack, because these people, whatever you want to call them, right-wing fascist stormtroopers, whatever, or inbred hillbillies, I don't know.
I don't want to diss anyone, but like I said earlier, I don't want anyone to lose their livelihood. I don't think that's the goal here, but
but they wanted to kidnap and
they wanted to execute our elected officials throughout the country, who everyone has invested, their efforts into voting for and all of that. But it was their decision they felt that they could deputize themselves and make those calls. And I don't know. I personally couldn't make some decision like that to take away every other organized method of elected official to decide that my opinion is stronger than everyone else's, and therefore what I should say should go.
They were screaming, "Hang Mike Pence! Hang Mike Pence!"
It's interesting they were saying that. I would have thought that Pence would have had some, hand in the Trump rise to power with, him, being the other half of that ticket.
But Pence is not in favor of impeachment, even though Trump threw him under the bus. And he also, I guess, I don't know about Lindsey Graham, but I know Giuliani got thrown under the bus.
He could lose his legal, his to be disbarred, which I doubt would ever happen. Yeah, so there's that. Pence.
Combat is the answer.
Pence, I don't agree with Pence at all about a lot of things, but this would be his opportunity to redeem himself and distance himself from Trump, and I don't think that will happen either.
I don't know about Mitch McConnell says he's in favor of impeachment, but you never know with him.
No.
Pence, when he first started campaigning for Trump, I knew what we were in for, because he's an evangelical, zealot, religious.
Do you know what an evangelical is? Because personally, I do not. Is it somebody who's been born again? I've heard that term thrown around before.
A zealot is it's like a cult. In other words, they cherry pick from the Bible only what they like. They're very fire and brimstone. They're very judgmental. They want control. It's more about power and control than it is about serving the Lord. They're just fanatics. They think that like this one woman, evangelical, she's running for congresswoman, I think in Delaware, one time, and she said that men. She said that they think that a fertilized egg is a human baby. They think that allowing sperm to die is murder. They're fanatics. They're really
that's extreme. Yes,
they're really nuts. They want to close all Planned Parenthoods, and in a lot of cases, low-income women, that's their only means of getting health care. Planned Parenthood clinic. It's insane. No, they're just bonkers. I mean, like I said, the best. It's a cult that cherry picks only what they like from the Bible. And that's pretty much what they are. Everybody's no good. Everybody's destined for hell except them. And that's why I made the joke about the bat phone to God. They think they have a bat phone to God. And a lot of them are hypocrites, like many Republicans. They'll point their fingers at you and they'll judge you. Meanwhile, they're doing worse things that no one knows about. Skeletons that are ready to fall out of the closet, pretty much.
For sure. Well, I think it's been an interesting night. I'd like to see this happen again in the future.
Well, I think the free flow, open topic thing is working out. I think this is the second.
Sometimes I don't know. I get a wind of energy late at night, and it's nice when that kind of thing aligns with a program like this. And one of those days will come. But it's always nice hanging out with you, James. I like to get your show once in a while, and I do enjoy a free topic. It can be nice. It would be nice to have like a debate kind of a thing going on some episode, though, with even a topic that's neutral and isn't going to cause any great riff in anything.
To do that is for me to say, okay, all right, Ronnie S., you have 3 minutes, and I mute everybody, including myself, and then I go, okay, Nina Yordi, what is your take on it? You have 3 minutes.
An egg timer would be nice.
Tick, 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 bing. Then I go like that, and I mute you, and then 3 minutes. So this way, everybody gets to say what they want to say in 3 minutes, and then the next person rebuttals, and then it goes around the clock. That's the only way to do the debate. That's fair, because otherwise, it's going to become noise. Once everybody starts shouting at each other, it becomes like
the presidential debate.
Yeah, it becomes distorted. It becomes noise. So, I mean, that could be done.
I like when there's a chorus singing a song and they kind of go out of time. You ever get that? It can be pretty pleasant.
Yeah. What was that show where they played that song? Tick tock da 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 da.
Oh, that was on Jeopardy, wasn't it?
Is that Jeopardy? Da, 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 da. Ding. Now, like I told Ronnie, it's true. We didn't get to answer too many wrestling questions because I don't think an hour is enough time.
No.
And number two, there was like a lot of too many distractions. Like Jay was flashing all these questions, in all directions. Like this guy that said, oh, this guy said that. I didn't get a chance to fully answer everybody, but some of them were not even worth answering.
Yeah, some of them were pretty
rickety. Yeah, pretty lame. But
I don't know. I personally feel like there's going to be a major, with a lot of the wrestling that we're not seeing right now. I feel like there's going to be a bit of a, I don't know if it's going to be a full blown renaissance. But I feel like the properties that they're acquiring and the, just like the content, the rights that are being purchased to, entry music right now, and just the amount of time to put creativity into, performance and backstory and all of that is really going to, have a really great future in wrestling in the short term.
Well, wrestling will never be as good as it was during the territories. Because during the territories, you were responsible for creating, cultivating, developing your own gimmick. The music, the outfit, your name that you're going to use, so on and so forth. And even the wrestling match, you and your opponent were responsible for ad-libbing and doing whatever. Today, everything is scripted by the control.
Unfortunately, even the current athletes, their parents were actors and stuff nowadays. So it's like multi-generational shift from being an athlete to more of an entertainer.
Like wrestlers from the past, they could use an actual song and not have to worry about copyright.
I think we're going to be seeing some of that with the what is it, the AEW and everything. There's going to be some interesting stuff coming out in the near future.
Yeah, like Tommy Dreamer was able to come out to Man in the Box. What was that, Alice in Chains?
Yeah.
The Man in the Box. He came out to that. Others came out to songs that were popular, but you can't do that anymore. And
I don't know. I would watch to see what the like the Jungle Express or the Jurassic Express, all those people they're going to be coming up with some. They're going to be pulling out some of the old plays from the old playbooks. It's there's a promising future in the young crowd. I can see it.
But you know what's interesting? A masked wrestler.
A masked wrestler, yes.
Luchadors are the ones from Japan. There's something special about being a masked wrestler because you become like a superhero because they cannot see your facial expression. Like they cannot see a human face. They see the mask with all the spandex, the glitter and everything. And you have this alien or superhero-like appearance. And it makes you like bigger than life. You become
this can work against you though when there's a whole group of similar costume. You become part of a you become like an Oompa Loompa from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
You gotta have a unique outfit and you have to have a unique name. Yeah, Oompa Boopity.
Nobody wants that to happen. Rest in peace, Gene Wilder.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Him when he was on Conan O'Brien, Gene Wilder, and it was pretty good. It was some of the flashback videos on Facebook, like Johnny Carson, and
I guess his mother had a heart attack when he was relatively young, and the doctor told him, "You just don't fight with your mother. Don't make her angry anymore." So he decided, all right, he wouldn't fight with his mother. He would put some effort into just making her laugh and making a positive situation for everything, and never stress her out. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I had some really wacko dreams last night. I remember them when I got up, but sometimes I sleep straight through.
Yeah, it's hard to make sense of them.
Bizarre, living color dreams, but weird, stupid.
Have you ever lived in a studio apartment, like a small studio?
I'm in a big apartment.
There are people who live in studio apartments in Manhattan, and I guess a very common dream amongst that group is to have a dream where there's another door in your apartment that you open and leads to either a staircase to a larger living area, or just another room that's empty and just sitting there for you to.
They must be thinking of those horror movies where the big, gigantic spooky Victorian house has these hidden rooms behind doors that you didn't know was there. And then
Over here in New England, you come across that kind of stuff, and especially in Connecticut, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, the houses with the gables.
The House of the Seven Gables.
I hit my head. People were short back then. I was in the House of the Seven Gables in Salem, and I was like, I had to walk, crouched down.
The doorknobs are like below your knees.
Yeah, and even when I was on the Charles W. Morgan, the whaling ship at Mystic Seaport, the bunks where they slept, they were like Oompa Loompa size.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm like, holy shit, I can't fit in here. Because I'm 6'1", so I can't.
Too tall, twice as tall as those bunks.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely were. And you know what the beds were? You know what the mattresses? There was straw inside of a cloth. I don't know, maybe hemp. Yeah, they used a lot of hemp back then. Hemp material. It was straw. I know Martha Washington, the first flag was hemp.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, hemp is supposed to be pretty durable. But anyway, yeah, people were small. And, that's the way.
I had a really, really, really short boss once. And she used to always make all these comments about how, I'm so tall. I'm like, wait, like everything that was, do something, this up high thing because you're tall. And then I don't remember what happened, but one day I called her short. Like she was doing something that would be good for somebody who was short. She got so mad. I just remember thinking.
So I guess calling her an Oompa Loompa would have really pissed me.
Wouldn't have gone well. But I kept thinking after getting yelled at by her that this lady tells me I'm tall constantly, but I call her short once, so slip of the tongue. How mad is this person?
How short was she?
She was pretty short. She must have been under 5 feet. She was almost teetering on dwarf. But she was stout. She was a tough lady. She didn't lift a lot of heavy stuff or anything, but I'm thinking if she needed to, she could probably bench press 200 to something.
Well, the dwarfs have a normal size head, a small body with no neck, right?
She didn't have much of a neck, but she was friendly, and I liked her. She was friendly enough until, of course, you challenged the role of her being some kind of supervisor. I didn't mind her at all. She had sometimes people just have a good presence. You know what I mean? They're a leader, and you want to follow them.
But you have respect for them, but there are those who never do any work. They just dish out orders.
Sometimes, though, you can kind of develop a role like that just from, having enough experience. However, I don't know. I don't worship if I don't have to. Another weird thing about, like, we were talking about those evangelical groups, I find a lot of them seem to worship, like, elders. And personally, I feel that, I don't know, you might need to have, kind of earned, your status and not just earned it through old age, but rather accomplishment. I don't always feel that, like, just living is the greatest accomplishment.
Well, many older people are imbeciles. They don't have wisdom or intelligence. I mean,
we were talking about the loony bin earlier too. I guess if you are unable to, we were talking about the farm. Like going out to the farm, the loony farm or whatever. I guess if you couldn't, farm vegetables all day, you're supposed to sit in a rocking chair, and your equivalent of work was to rock in the rocking chair all day.
I would rather be on the farm.
Well, I would think, if your brain is working properly, you would want to be on the farm. But maybe if your brain wasn't working 100%, your best bet would be to sit in that rocking chair.
See, what Ronnie has to understand is if somebody is really insane, no one at home is going to be able to deal with that, to take care of a person like that. So an asylum is the only option.
I don't know.
I mean,
it puts them at the risk of the coronavirus also, that communal living and everything. Like there has to be a scale of crazy also.
Yeah, well, rich people are called eccentric, right? Poor people are crazy.
Yeah. But then there's also people that are medicated, like against their will, or even electroshock therapy and things like that.
That's another sad crisis of these psychiatric drugs. People are given too much. They're given too much variety.
They're giving them to young children.
Yeah, you know what's the cause of hyperactivity? I believe it's too much damn sugar.
Sugar?
The mothers are giving their kids too much sugar. They're allowing them to eat anything they want, and this is why they're bouncing off the walls. They don't need Ritalin. They don't need all these tranquilizers. My mother didn't bring crap home. She brought like dried fruit. Fresh fruit, nuts. She didn't give us candy, and like today, the parents are afraid to say no.
It shifted at some point.
Yeah, they're not the alpha anymore. They want to negotiate with their kids.
I don't know. Diet and children have really changed, and I don't think it changed out of an interest in health. I think it actually changed out of necessity, based on just the crap food that everyone seemed to be getting there for a while.
It becomes an addiction, refined carbohydrates, white sugar. It becomes an addiction.
Palates are different in people nowadays versus, traditional cooking from 20 years ago.
I hate sweet things, overly sweet. I can handle like fresh fruit, but if you give me like, I try to avoid Italian pastries as much as I can because they're too sweet for me. I'd rather have a German apple strudel from a German bakery.
I don't know. I think like a brownie once in a while is okay. Or
I love dark chocolate. So anything that's dark chocolate. It could be Lint's 95% chocolate bar.
Well,
95.
what did I do? My problem, like I told you, I have a sensitivity to soy, and there's an emulsifier in chocolate is often, I don't know if I'm like splitting hairs, how much could there be in there? But soy lecithin, which is like a gum sort of reduction of soy.
You can't have soy milk, tofu, none of that.
None of that. I avoid it because I get itchy. It's like it makes me like itchy when I drink it.
You get like these hives.
Yeah, I get like hives from it and stuff. And I think chocolate is a very good example of you got the caffeine, you've got all the sugar in there. Just your body really like absorbs chocolate. It goes through you really fast. So
I won't eat. I don't like milk chocolate. It's got to be the dark chocolate.
I like a dark chocolate also, and you're less likely to find a lot of adulterants in a dark chocolate. But I also I enjoy the taste of a milk chocolate, and I seem to be able to more likely find a milk chocolate with a low or no soy content.
Yeah, I tell you, Hershey's Kisses are very addictive.
Peanut M&Ms are extremely addictive. In fact, what's his name? Ben Stiller, the actor, has had hypnosis to break his addiction to M&Ms. And personally, peanut M&Ms are one of the few candies that I've encountered in, I don't know, the past 20 years that you almost have that mental thing, okay, maybe this is a health food with the peanut, and maybe there's less chocolate or something on the outside of it because there's this nut. I don't know. I feel like you could overindulge in peanut M&Ms if you're not careful.
Do you like Snickers?
Again, these are soy.
Oh, that's right.
Soy is in all of those, so I don't eat them. But I do like a Snickers bar. I do like like I said, a peanut M&M or 100 Grand, all that kind of stuff. Or Baby Ruth bars are really good.
You know what I don't see anymore? Edie's Death by Chocolate ice cream.
Edie's Death by Chocolate. I don't know that one.
By chocolate.
I don't see Edie's often anymore.
It's a dark chocolate. Yeah, I don't see much of Edie's. You're right. I wonder if they went belly up.
I wonder if they did, because it seems to be like your Ben and Jerry's and your other kind of high end or Haagen-Dazs you see.
Turkey. Well, we get Turkey Hill from Lancaster County.
I like the coffee ice cream, and you're kind of skirting around, it being chocolate, and the coffee gives you that added sweetness, so it doesn't add.
You know what I did when I left one of my trips to Cancun? I had a coffee ice cream milkshake spiked with Kahlua.
Okay, that sounds like it might be okay. My mother hates Kahlua.
In the airport. So I had bought big bottles of Kahlua that only cost like a few dollars in the supermarket in Cape.
Okay.
Right. Over here, they're expensive. All right. So my trick was I would take the mezcal or the tequila or the Kahluas, and I would get all my dirty clothes and I'd wrap it like an egg roll and put it in the center of my suitcase, because when the baggage handlers throw my suitcase around, it's cushioned. They won't. Okay. Plus, there's nobody that's gonna say, "Oh, you can't bring all that liquor on the carry-on plane." Right? It's in the luggage, right? But I got home. I got a big container of that was it. Friendly's coffee. I think it was Friendly's coffee ice cream.
All right.
Okay. And I made a Kahlua shake. But of course, I made it good. I put a lot of ice cream in it. I put more Kahlua. And yeah, it was pretty good.
Sounds all right.
Green tea ice cream is my favorite flavor.
I don't think I've ever had that one. What do you think of an egg cream? You ever had that before with the seltzer and the you don't like those?
There's never any eggs in an egg cream. Yeah, I've had it. It's chocolate or vanilla syrup, right?
Yeah, usually the chocolate Fox's syrup
Seltzer
seltzer.
and milk.
There's no milk either. The milk is in the Fox's syrup. It's got like condensed milk kind of ingredient in there. It sort of froths up a little bit.
You know something strange, and it's true. When I go to the Asian market to shop, or even the Asian markets, they
Yeah.
have Ovaltine.
I do
is
drink that.
it's made for the Asian countries, and it's sold in Europe also. The same one with the Asian characters on. I don't know if it's Chinese or what. Okay, now I read the ingredients. You know the first ingredient, like on the American Ovaltine, is sugar. There's no added sugar in the Ovaltine made for the European and Asian market.
Weird.
There's
I'm
no.
looking for it.
The first ingredient is malt extract,
Interesting.
followed by whey powder, cocoa powder, vitamins and minerals, calcium, and so on. No added sugar. So it's real hardcore malted. I'm telling you, no, and you know what? It tastes so much better than the American Ovaltine.
There's a Vietnamese market that I enjoy shopping at just because of the it's so fun to go in there and see all these different products. And I will make a point to go in there and look for the Ovaltine. I not too recently, a couple years ago, I purchased pickled ginger from them, or maybe it was pickled mango. Pickled mango. Yes, that was outstanding for a candy. It was pretty high end, I thought, and it was very sweet. It was just an interesting candy, I thought. It was the sour aspect of it all, or it was the pickled aspect. Well, I think I should probably call it a night here.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little looped out.
Yeah,
But it's always fun hanging out with you.
Yeah, it's been fun as usual.
I hope you enjoy your dinner. If it's not too late, you could always have a kibasi breakfast tomorrow.
I'll eat them. I'll probably watch. I'll see if there's any Ghost Adventures or Dead Files on the Travel Channel or something. Or maybe I'll watch South Park.
Kibasi leftovers, you can scramble them with eggs. Usually very, very good.
Yeah, you can slice it and make an omelet. I got provolone cheese. I can throw it in there.
Sounds like a good spread, James. It sounds like you're not going hungry.
Pump up it. I think he got mad at me, that jammer guy, because when I was singing "Pump Up the Jammer," pump the jammer, pump it up, pump it, pump it, pump. Yeah, he's like, he had a serious face. Some of those booze hounds, some of them, not all, don't have any personality or sense of humor. They got poisonality. Hey, Daryl. Daryl Macias, how you doing? Or should I say, have a good night? Hello?
He had his name hidden the other day. I couldn't remember. I think I called him, I must have called him Daryl. He's a nice guy. He's always taking place in all of our stuff.
Yeah, he joined my political show in the past. I
mean,
Daryl. I'm still looking. I'm still looking for a new steady co-host for the series.
What happened to your other guy? He's normally around.
No, he said to me out of the clear blue, he says, I'm not, after doing so many shows, he goes, I'm not interested in being a steady co-host for your political show. I says, yeah, but you sure post a lot on my political page. You're very devoted to the political page. I said, well, how come you don't want to show your mug anymore?
He seemed like a pretty professional guy too.
Yeah,
he had a good
very smart, but he just said that to me. I don't know what.
I must have burned.
Look, this is how I see it. I know people that that share a lot of great information. They talk about deep subjects, but they do it in private chat on Facebook Messenger. They do it privately. I said, why are we wasting all this deep, intelligent conversation on a private chat that's not being recorded? We're not going live. Once we stop, it's gone. What's the point? What's the point in expending all this energy talking about fascinating subjects, educational subjects? Woo! You go creepy now. No, I mean, what's the point? Isn't it better to go live in living color and have a recorded show and say important things like on a format like this? And they're like, and they don't answer me. I says, are you afraid of the camera? Are you afraid? Are you afraid of offending someone? I don't get a straight answer.
Somebody in this current climate, to some degree, I don't want to step on anyone's toes or burn an unreasonably awful bridge, but I don't want anyone having some kind of gripe with me. But at the same time, I feel like if enough people band together and share that it's their common value that's being shared. I don't know.
Professional wrestlers don't care if somebody gripes about them. They always gripe at each other.
They gripe in a healthy way, though. There's a special bond, when you're trusting somebody with your neck like that.
Well, they don't curse at each other, but I said, I got a bone to pick with you.
Sometimes they have real bones to pick. Like sometimes, real accidents have happened.
Well, yeah. There's a courtesy to wrestling someone. You're supposed to slam them in the center of the ring because that's where the spring is. That's where the flexibility is. There are certain a move can go seriously wrong.
You can't just trust somebody's heritage is something that I've learned recently through, hearing a lot of experiences from professional wrestlers. Just because somebody comes from a great wrestling family doesn't naturally make them a natural, to trust yourself wrestling with.
No, sometimes the second or third generation doesn't even come close to the original. But you can't. I can't walk on eggshells. I gotta, I wear my emotions on my sleeve. I can't walk on eggshells. I gotta be honest and let it all hang out. And that's what the political shows are about. You're going to buck heads with people sometimes, but the good thing is you could block them. You can.
You shouldn't have to block people. You shouldn't have to block people unless they're like boxing your ears.
I'm talking about like a troll. In other words, if somebody cannot debate you with any facts, if all they can do is call you names and insult you, and they have no facts, then they're not contributing anything to the show. I mean, if you're going to debate somebody, at least debate them with something. And a troll is a troll. They try to get under your skin. They insult you, and what are you going to do? You got to go back and forth for the entire show. With the name calling.
It burns out quick with the name calling. It can continue, but it's best to not indulge in that.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is they're still listening. You get rid of them, but there's a good chance they're still listening, and you tell them what they are, and they can't answer you back because damn moves, they're out.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's not easy to find someone with the passion to do the politics consistently, like Senk Iker and Anna, the Young Turks. You ever hear of them?
Okay, I watch them once in a blue moon.
Yeah. Now you see them practically every day. I think they're on there, and she's a fireball. That Anna, she's smart. You know, she's like AOC. I think she would make a great congresswoman, and he would make a great senator. And he's from New Jersey, but they're in
Okay.
yeah, and you know, but they go at it, and you know, that's what they do. But anyway, listen, you make yourself a snack because that's what I'm going to do.
All right. Well, we'll be in touch. I got those pictures from you. You got a pretty neat domicile set up for yourself.
Yeah. The only thing I forgot to take was the huge walk-in closet.
I want to take. I'd like to set up a camera in like the workshop that I have set up over in Connecticut with all my stereo stuff that I'm working on and all that. I think it would make a pretty good video, but it's been pretty cold out there. I think my first investment should be to try to track down a little space heater to make a little.
Or what about those electric oil-filled radiators that you said?
I might actually have one of those stashed somewhere. I might have to do a little reconnaissance and see if I can track one of those down.
You know, that might not be a bad idea for a live show when you're at the shop.
Mm-hmm. That could be pretty good. We'll stay in touch. We'll get something going.
All right.
Might have to be a little bit. I don't know, actually. I got a neighbor that parties pretty hard. They stay out real late, and then I told you the other people are in China, so I can usually get some music going and get pretty loud pretty late until any neighbors are even around. So
yeah, well, I can't really do that because I'm in an apartment building.
Yeah, the condo thing can be pretty neat, especially the way I've got it set up is it's like in a garage area underneath the whole thing, so it's pretty well insulated. You got big cinder block walls on every side. Oh,
so it's fairly sound.
It is, yeah. So I can have a pretty booming system going on down there, and it's pretty enjoyable and pretty.
It's cold right now. It's chill. It's pretty.
It's
chill.
so cold. It's like a refrigerator down there because it's like in a hillside. Condo is the raised structure, with the heat upstairs, and then the garage area below it is like not heated or anything, and in the ground. But all right. Well, it was a good night hanging out with you. I guess we lost Ronnie S, but more power to him. There's always next time.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll talk.
Stay healthy. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Good night.